Welcome to the first hearing of the Committee's inquiry into the ability of local governments to fund infrastructure and services. Acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians on the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to Elders past, present, and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name's Emily Saval and I'm the chair of this committee. Ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Welcome and thank you for making the time today to give evidence. Could each witness, starting with on my left, please state their name and position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation.
Ben Straight, I'm the Acting CEO at IPART. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Carmel Donnelly, I'm the chairperson of the Independent Pricing and Regulatory Tribunal, known as IPART for short, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Fiona Towers, Executive Director at IPART. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Would you like to start by making a short opening statement?
Thank you, Chair. I will just make a few opening remarks and also begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the lands we now call New South Wales. Pay our respects to Elders past and present and all Aboriginal colleagues and stakeholders. Thank you very much for the opportunity to appear at this important inquiry. My opening remarks are going to be about some tribunal observations that have been made in recent work relevant to the terms of reference. Last year, IPART recommended that the government commission an independent review of council financial models. And that arose from consultation and analysis we did with some of our reviews last year. We have a standing set of functions delegated from executive government about setting the rate peg, assessing special variations and making decisions on those when councils seek an increase in their rates revenue above the rate peg, and also in assessing contributions plans. But last year we also reviewed the methodology for the rate peg. And through all of that work, we had over around 2,000 submissions. We also commissioned some independent research and surveys with ratepayers, and a range of broader issues were raised. The tribunal were convinced that any improvements to the rate peg or to the special variation process were not going to be enough to address those broader issues, and that's why we suggested a broader review was needed. I will just quickly give you a little bit of a summary of some of the other observations, but I'm happy to take questions shortly. Some of the feedback very clearly from councils was about problems with financial sustainability. There was also very strong views from a number of councils about not supporting the existence of the rate peg, need for improvement for the special variation process, and we acknowledged that, but that was outside of our terms of reference and we weren't doing a broader review at that time. Ratepayers very much stressed their concerns about affordability, service quality, roads came up a lot, and also council financial management, and it does seem that people have an awareness of local issues going back through some time that they've been concerned about. We have published that consultation and there's quite a lot of information I can point you to. Financial sustainability was raised so frequently that we undertook some high-level analysis from available information and identified that certainly appears some councils, not all, but some councils are facing financial sustainability challenges, and I'm happy to talk more about that. We noted the diversity in councils and particular challenges for rural and regional councils, and I'm happy to talk a little bit more about that. And while we've implemented some improvements to the rate peg methodology, and we still have work to do in that space, we, at the end of the review, felt it wasn't enough to address the broader issues. We did make some specific suggestions in our report for things that could be considered in the review, which I'm happy to talk about as well. I think we'll probably leave it there, and happy to elaborate further and take questions.
Thank you. The committee's adopted to allow free-flowing questions today, so we'll just start off, I guess. Does anyone have any questions? I'm happy to kick off if... Dr. Con?
I've got plenty.
Okay.
So do I. I just don't want to hog all the time, but and I'm sure Mr. Farlow will have some as well online.
Let's go.
So I wanted to start off by just asking a clarifying question. You've listed on average the breakdown of income for councils across the state, and in that was listed that on average 31% of income was from grants and contributions. I'm wondering if you've done any work to break that down further so that we can get an understanding of what proportion of those grants are tied to specific projects or specific KPIs for specific departments versus how much of that, for example, is federal untied financial assistance grants.
I think that's certainly a very good question, and it would be extremely pertinent to this review. And yes, we've provided some information about that, and I'm not sure if we've got a further breakdown, though Ms Towers might know.
I don't think we have a further breakdown. We can give it to you by metropolitan, rural and regional, but I don't think we have that breakdown
of the source of revenue.
The source and what it's tied to.
Okay, thank you. I'll try to find that out from some of our other witnesses during this inquiry.
Yeah.
My second question was about developer contributions, which you mentioned in detail in your written submission.
Yeah.
We're obviously in a paradigm at the moment where we've got a housing crisis, where we've got massive increases in land value. Do you think that the local government sector is adequately capturing developer contributions to fund infrastructure?
So certainly we've had some issues raised with us over the same period of time about contributions plans that are allowed under Section 711, which are the ones that we will assess. The issues range from the fact that it does seem that the scope of the numbers that we have to assess, which is an oversight over the councils, is increasing because of scope creep. There are also some concerns that have been raised about the fact that some types of infrastructure are not able to be funded out of developer contributions, so community facilities. And we've recently raised an issue with the government about the fact that we've had a recent council that this is no particular criticism of them because they've reviewed their plans, but in an environment where costs have increased rapidly or circumstances have changed, it's possible for contributions plans to be in place for some years with regular review, but there's a forecasting risk, there's a financing risk inherent in that, and if costs increase, we've pointed out there's a lack of clarity about who needs to pay for that increase in costs. If it's councils, then they need to have clarity that that's them. If it's ratepayers, that's an extra cost at a time of cost of living. If it's developers, there can be unintended consequences potentially for developer contributions increasing at a time where you want to see new housing being built. So we have raised that issue, looking for. We were requesting that there be some clarification to the guidelines for contributions plans in that space.
Some councils have raised, I think you mentioned there's sort of scope creep, and I know you have to assess contributions plans. I think it's $20,000 and $30,000 off the top of my head. So I understand there's an issue with perhaps that benchmark not being the right number anymore, but sort of beyond that, is there also an issue with the quantum of the contributions caused by the same scope creep?
Well, I think those thresholds that you mentioned have been in place since 2010, albeit there has been a revised ministerial direction that there are some exceptions to that. It's a little bit complicated. It's probably a question for Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure in terms of the detail. But I gave some thought about this, and I'm not sure that we know how many councils are impacted by those thresholds, but it does seem possible that more plans are either coming into needing our assessment process than was intended, and I will say something about that, or that where councils decide that they don't wish to go through the assessment of contribution plans and through that process, then effectively that cap is giving them less developer contribution than they might otherwise have had. We recognise, and we're in the process now, we've consulted with councils, we're very grateful for their input about how we can improve our process, because it can be quite lengthy and we go into a lot of detail. And we had, when I first took up the role of chair, there was on the table some reforms that were being proposed that would mean that IPART's role would be more focused on dispute resolution, the more complex, perhaps the more costly developer contributions. And so our method probably suits that. Now that we seem to be facing some increased volume of them coming in, we are looking to have a new approach, which we'll be consulting on soon, which would have a more streamlined approach.
Thank you. In your written submission, you listed a number of issues that we might consider, and one of them was better targeting the eligibility criteria for rates exemptions, so that ratepayers aren't subsidising the cost of providing council services where that's not justified on efficiency and equity grounds. I think those of us that have been councillors probably know some of these examples from our own areas, but could you elaborate further on the committee of some examples of those issues, or what
so
those categories are?
We actually did a review in a report in 2016 where we looked at local government rating, and one of the things that we recommended then was that there be a better focusing, a better targeting of exemptions. And the suggestion that the tribunal made at that time was to target it on the use of the land rather than the owner, than the type of owner. Now, I'm not here to defend the past. I think I acknowledge, time's gone by, circumstances have changed, but that is on the table. And the interesting thing is that it has come up during our more recent consultation as still an issue. It's come up from both councils who experience having quite a bit of territory that might be rates exempt. They may have a lot of forests, etc., but they still need to maintain roads and so on around that. And also from ratepayers who I've read in submissions will say, well, I'm a pensioner, but I'm living in this circumstance, and yet the people across the road in a different kind of residential environment have some exemptions. At least people believe that. So there's a fairness right down to the individual issue. So we don't necessarily have the answers. We certainly think, though, that it is an important issue that could be due for some evaluation.
Thank you. Can I have one more? Sorry,
Go for it.
you've indulged me with a lot of
No.
questions. I'm still going through this list. So the next one was using capital improved value to set the variable component of rates. I know we've got the Valuer General on later today, so we're probably going to discuss this in depth. But could you outline some of the work that you've already done on that?
Yes, well, that is something that in that same review in 2016, we suggested that the legislation, so it would be the Parliament and the government considering whether the ad valorem component of rates should be based on the capital improved value, not the unimproved value. Now, some of the things that have been raised and continue to be raised, again, with this issue, that in areas where perhaps there's a lot of high-rise development, the unimproved value of the land that is used to calculate rates is really divided amongst many apartment owners. And so you can have an expansion in the population and a number of people paying relatively low rates, but to some extent accessing the same services. And so I know that there are other arguments, and this is not an area where there's total agreement, but it is one that has continued to come up as well. And we originally had thought that it'd be appropriate for Metro, but perhaps rural and regional councils could have a choice as to which basis they would use and give them more flexibility. And once again, you know, I'm not here to bring out all of the things that IPART's ever said and go through them, but the things that we've mentioned in our submission are things that have still been raised with us.
One last one.
Go for it.
I was interested in the, obviously the differences in rate peg methodology, I think are going to come up substantially during this inquiry.
Yeah.
I'm interested in the your LGCI metric, and noting that other jurisdictions either don't have a rate peg or are using different ways of calculating it. And I read in the submission that you use the metro, rural, regional categories to account for differences in spending between councils. And my question is really, do you think that just having those three regional categories adequately captures the diversity of councils? And you know, I'm thinking off the top of my head of places like Uralla that run an aged care facility. There might be substantial differences within those categories in terms of the service offering that would impact the costs.
Yeah, that's a very important question. There's probably quite a few comments that I'll make about that. So if you don't mind me going back in history a little bit, I know it's relevant to the terms of reference. Before IPART was delegated the authority to set the rate peg, the methodology wasn't terribly clear. That's my assessment, based on what I've been able to see. Now, it did, however, track consumer price index, CPI, reasonably. In the years before we took the role on, it became clear that CPI is not necessarily appropriate for councils. I would say not appropriate, because it's a basket of goods for a household, and if you look at it, about half of that is things like what you pay for a home, food and beverage for a household, and household furnishings and those sorts of things, whereas councils are spending money on roads and bridges. So the local government cost index was something that IPART developed as part of taking over setting the rate peg, and it is a different basket of goods that's meant to reflect the costs the councils need to meet and track changes in inflation there. Now, there were some weaknesses in that. It was one size fits all, one rate peg number, and until 2021 that's what the legislation required. So we have now moved away from the local government cost index because we based it on Australian Bureau of Statistics data, which was very accurate in terms of being factual actuals, not a forecast, but there was a time lag. And when we came to that year where coming out of COVID, inflation increased, this time lag, we acknowledged, created problems for councils because the volatility wasn't catered for in the rate peg. So we've now moved to more forward-looking with some more forecasts. We have one element of the formula is a forecast based on the primary producer index for roads and construction, so we're getting more and more focused. And our methodology now does allow for the three groups that you mentioned of metro, rural and regional, but more than that, we now have more factors that are down to the individual council. So we absolutely recognise the diversity. I think you made a very important point as part of your question that there are rural councils very clearly face different challenges to metropolitan. And one of the things that we've observed, there's probably a couple here that you'll be interested in, but one definitely is that there can be market failure, there can be withdrawal of services from other levels of government. There can be a situation where council is the safety net and provides services that councils in metropolitan area would not need to because the services are available, the private sector has stepped in. We did a review of childcare, a couple of reviews actually over the last year. We found certainly that when you come to communities that are more vulnerable, that are more isolated, the private sector is not providing early childhood education and care services. It's not-for-profits and councils, and so that is a good example. I might leave it there. I think there was another point, but I've probably gone on for a bit long.
I'll let someone else have a go.
Thanks. I'll move to the Honourable Ms Payne.
Thank you. In your submission, I noted there was some interesting aspects around the survey of ratepayers that you undertook, and I just thought I'd drill down a little bit more on that, because ultimately councils deliver services to ratepayers. It's often said that they're the closest level of government to the people, and so I guess the detailed work that you've done in relation to surveying those ratepayers is crucial to understanding ultimately what they expect from their councils as part of this inquiry. So I note that you indicated in your opening statement that there were concerns around some of the services that are provided, and you focused on roads in particular in that opening statement. The other term that's come up today is mission creep. Can you provide just a little bit more clarity around what those concerns that ratepayers had in relation to the delivery of services from council?
Yes, there's quite a bit in that, and in our review of the rate peg in our report, we have a special appendix on the feedback that we got from stakeholders, so that's an interesting resource. And we've published the work that ORMA did in undertaking this survey. And we also have another appendix on financial sustainability. We heard from ratepayers that many appreciate council services and in fact really rely on them, and they don't want services cut. But there are questions that people will raise in our consultation about the expenditure on services they don't use. There's certainly a desire for very good consultation on what the priorities are, and I'm going to come in a minute to your question about that issue about what should the money be being spent on and what ratepayers think. But there are 2 points I want to make first. It's clear to us that there are some people who do not have the capacity to pay increased rates. And in fact, at a community level, there are communities that have limited capacity to pay increased rates, and yet they rely on these services. And so when we do our work, there's a very difficult balance. If the services that are needed can only be funded by rates, then does that mean that if there's low capacity to pay in a community, the council inevitably is going to be very challenged financially? Or is there another solution there? The other thing that's found in our research, and I won't go into it in great deal of detail, it's actually ORMA's report, and we didn't edit it at all, they did the work, but on page 29 of their integrated report, they've summarised what ratepayers think about rates increases. And look, there are diverse views, but there are majorities of people who say, look, we'd prefer that each council has its own formula, or its own ability to set its rates. It's not one size fits all. We would prefer that they're approved to have some smaller rate increases, and then the bigger ones require some scrutiny and consultation. So there's some of the things that the community has said to us. The other thing is that ratepayers are often concerned that the rate peg and the special variations undermine the protections of the rate peg as they see it. But even the rate peg, which is really a cap on the total revenue that can be collected from rates and similar sources, which is about a third of councils' income on average, that doesn't translate into what the increase is for a person's individual rates. And so one of the things that's been raised with us is the rate peg really working for individuals? So in terms of the final part of your question about what people expect the services for, there's quite an interesting discussion that has gone on over the many years of reviews into financial sustainability and local government of how do you tackle the fact that they're diverse? They're elected councillors, they've got diverse communities, they've got to meet their needs, and the services vary from place to place. And so comparisons are difficult, as well as assessing what is the reasonable level of funding for the, if you like, the core role. So some ratepayers clearly have a more minimalist view where they think, you're looking after the property, the roads, do that well, and why are you spending money on, a museum when the roads are no good? So that there's that sense that comes through qualitatively. I mean, this is from submissions. There's other councils that have communities with higher socioeconomic status, more capacity to pay, who can go for a more enhanced level, and they may be much more advocating for the growth of their economy, providing additional facilities, and you assume that that's with the agreement of their community. Yeah. But as I mentioned, the rural and regional councils often have a kind of safety net role.
Yep.
And so I think if we had, it comes through the consultation that we don't quite yet have a common language about what's the core role that councils must have reasonable level of funding for.
Yep.
And then if they choose with their community to enhance, they can fund that in a range of ways, including potentially special variations and added rates, but other fees and charges. And if they have a gap in terms of the safety nets for the additional services, the sorts of things that Dr. Cohn mentioned, or in fact there's a low capacity to pay, then where do other sources of funding come in to assist?
So normally what I would do when I'm, I guess, approaching this issue, a topic like this, I would tease out a number of theories through way of questions, and then I guess come to where I think the evidence points to. I'm going to do it in reverse now because I know we're limited on time with you, and I could talk to you all day about this issue because I think it's fascinating. But in my travels across the state, and I've been to some of the really rural, areas where, there's sparse population, very low ratepayer base, very low income areas,
yes.
And engage with those ratepayers and councils. And then, you look at somewhere like City of Sydney where they've got, very, very dense population, high income, and probably a much more wealthy ratepayer base. You look at the operation of those two councils. Ultimately, what we're talking about is the funding of infrastructure and services here. How do the two different groups believe their councils operate? I think you touched on it briefly by saying that rural regional councils have a much more safety net sort of role. Has that come through in the feedback that, in effect, they do the roads, rates, rubbish components very well, typically, and that the services that they provide, like libraries, like parks, etc., then they manage to do it generally within their pot. They're not doing the advocacy and political aspects as much as, say, some of the more wealthy councils. Was that happiness guideline of happiness reference that the ratepayers in rural regional indicating to you higher than somewhere like the City of Sydney, where the ratepayers may look to be more, I guess, have their councils be politically and socially active in their services? Yeah.
Look, there's a few observations I can make from our work, although I have to say, this has been incidental to other work. So, for instance, I went to Broken Hill as we were starting to think about this sort of work to review water pricing, and I met with the mayor and a number of the councillors. This was there. I've from time to time will go out and visit councils I do have, it makes sense to me with challenges of somewhere like Broken Hill, with the isolation, attracting skills, the issues that are quite unique to Broken Hill, that there would be many parts of New South Wales in the more rural and regional that have very, very different challenges to the metropolitan. When we meet with the metropolitan councils, yes, they may well have population pockets with higher socioeconomic status, but also diversity within and people who have significant needs for support in terms of their community services and so on. They often have growth and the challenges that come with growth in population. The regional councils are more likely to have those difficulties with attracting capability and workforce, and not just the councils, but the businesses in town. They have extensive road networks to maintain, and that has come through very clearly, and particularly with all of the fires, floods, etc., the damage. I live in a small town. I don't live in Sydney, and I know this, from my own experience, and certainly the challenge is enormous there. They often will have a high proportion of people who are pensioners, and we have before recommended that the pensioner discounts be evaluated, and we've recommended that several times. Some of them have a decreasing population and loss of industries and lower capacity to raise revenue from other sources. And then back to one of the earlier points I think that you made, these councils may have had historically very low rates, and they're very aware of the challenges of their community and loath to apply for increases. The special variations process, we know, can be challenging, and so they might put that off until they really have to. One of the problems that we've observed with the rate peg is that it having been put in place in the 70s, increasing by a percentage that for most of its life has been one size fits all. Those that have started from a higher point have had increases on that higher base, and those that have had a historically low rate base, it's like, are they moving further and further apart?
It's exacerbating the problem.
So what we have suggested is that part of what needs to be considered is a way to have a reset. It's not the only space where we've said there needs to be a reset. Cost shifting has come up quite a lot, and one element of what we think about as cost shifting is where councils could raise other revenue from statutory fees and charges, but they haven't been indexed. Now, it wouldn't be enough, in my view, to just index them from the low base. There needs to be a consideration of what's the efficient, cost, what's the service that the local government is providing that should be not funded and subsidised by ratepayers, but should be funded from fees.
Yeah.
A reset of that as well.
So I guess the crux of all of that is that how do you do that in a way that doesn't create a price shock for those ratepayers who in particular are the most vulnerable, that rely on the base services, the road rates rubbish that these councils deliver, and how do you create an equity model that's going to apply across the whole state? Is it possible at all, or is this going to be work that's not done in a financial year, as in it can't be imposed over a financial year, it's something that needs to be imposed over a forward period of, say, 5, 10, 20 years, so that you haven't got this massive price shock for people as they move into the adjusted period?
Look, at one level, I think I don't have the answer to that, and we haven't done this work. So, but I think it is a very good question to be saying, how do you? Does there need to be a price shock? If you've got more clarity about what are the core services that need to be funded, and there are communities that don't have the capacity to pay, what are the other alternatives? And I use the example of if you're in a village where 90 houses burned down and no one has anything, you don't expect those people to pay through their rates for the recovery because you know they've already been hit hard.
Some councils might, though.
They might, and that's where we look at special variations, and we'll look at, is the impact reasonable? But is there a need for another source of funding to top up some councils so that they're able to, with a low rate base or a low capacity to pay, deliver? Now, that's a question. I don't have the answer to that. The other thing, your question about longer price paths. Now, we regulate and have roles in energy, transport, in water, in a range of other areas, and we look at pricing. And where you don't want to encourage short-term thinking, then a longer price path, thinking about the longer-term outcomes that can't be achieved year by year by year, is another model. And I have turned my mind to this, and we did in 2009 recommend that there might be some pathways for some councils to get onto a longer-term path, perhaps even not have the rate peg if they met some performance and financial management criteria. I think it would need legislative change. That's my opinion. I'm not a constitutional lawyer by any means, but I think it's framed at the moment to be an annual amount. So it's a policy question ultimately.
Yeah.
I might jump
No,
into some
that
questions
was it.
now.
That was my last one.
Thanks, beautiful. Look, thank you. I might start by just having a few questions about the issue of financial sustainability.
Yeah.
What differentiates a council that has to seek an SRV, a special rate variation, than a council that doesn't, in your view?
Okay. Look, they are diverse. There will be usually in each year a council that is looking for something for a special purpose, that they have generally good support from their community. It's quite focused. It's quite small. They're not facing fundamental, financial sustainability issues necessarily, and there aren't questions about financial management. It's about a choice. So there have been councils that have applied for an increase, knowing that it's an increase in the total income that they can raise, but it's going to translate into higher rates to cover a particular purpose from a particular industry. Or as one of the ones this year, Randwick Council has had an environmental levy in place through special rate variations over 20 years, and they were seeking to just hold it in place permanently to continue to fund environmental action. So that's one case. At the other extreme, we will see councils where it is clear to us that there are financial sustainability issues, and there's, that's probably the majority.
So the majority of councils.
Not to say that no. So that they're required to show us that there's a financial need, and we can look at a number of measures that would show that they're not meeting benchmarks, or they don't have enough unrestricted cash that they can use for the services they need to pay for.
So are there any other insights that process gives you into the finances of council? You talked a bit about...
We've certainly heard from councils, and I'm really grateful for some of them came to workshops and gave us some very straightforward feedback, that it's a costly, burdensome process for them, that it is quite complex, and more than that, there's a high degree of contentiousness, and that can be obviously within the elected councillors. They've got a difficult decision to make, and there are diverse views, but in the community as well. And so we've heard that there are councils that would be very reluctant to apply for a special rates variation, and they may not end up doing that until they do have quite critical financial need.
So what more is needed, would you say?
So we did suggest that there be a look at what could be improved about the special rates variation process. Sometimes ratepayers think that we're really doing a very forensic audit and going over all the books, and we're not. It's a very it's a high-level assessment against criteria set by the Office of Local Government. We used to require councils to notify us in November, but we no longer mandate that. We get their applications in February, we give their decisions in May, usually. And we think that we could look at the timing, can we approve that? We could look at, can we simplify to go to the complexity, to reduce the burden on councils? One of the suggestions we've canvassed is, could we allow joint applications if there are a number of councils that are facing similar issues? They may be members of a group, they may be neighbouring councils, that perhaps they could work together to put a case up jointly. And another suggestion that has been canvassed is for those councils that have got the historically low rate base and need a reset, are there particular measures that could trigger that they need to come and apply for a special variation to look at sustainability, rather than having the councillors themselves, I guess, face that contentious situation?
I just wondered if I could ask a few questions about the rate peg more generally now.
Yeah.
Is it fair to say the rate peg methodology is designed to keep rates per capita effectively constant in real terms?
I think that it's fair to say that it is doing that better now since 2022, when we introduced a population factor.
Yep.
And the aim was to allow the total amount of revenue that a council can collect from rates to increase as the population increased, which would hold it steady per capita. But we would acknowledge that there were many years where the rate peg did not do that before that population factor was introduced. And in fact, we now have a kind of a core rate peg that we deliver. It's still individual for each council, and then there's an allowance on top for population growth. We would not have been able to do that before the legislation changed in 2021.
And how much growth in council revenue per capita has the rate peg methodology allowed for over the last 10 years, would you say?
I'm sure we have the answer to that, and it might be one that I'd take on notice and give you some data. Yeah.
Do you have a view also about how much council costs per capita have grown over the same time period?
I think that's a very important question. I wouldn't say that that we know as a tribunal, because we haven't had to do this kind of broader review. What I would say, though, is that there is evidence that the cost shifting exists, and some of the things that have been raised with us is where there are new services that local government needs to deliver, and then there's no additional funding, and we now have a special adjustment factor in the rate peg that we're going to work with the reference group and see whether or not we can take that into account. There's still a question about whether it should be paid for by rates, whatever that service is, or something else. Some of the other sorts of areas where the funding has decreased is another part of the cost shifting. But I think the big one is has the role of local government expanded. Sometimes that has happened in consultation with the community, and that's what the community wants. Sometimes it would probably have come under the umbrella of cost shifting, either additional functions, additional revenue collecting functions, or through government policy or commercial decisions, as we talked about before, other service providers leaving a rural or regional area or a town, and council needing to step in.
In your view, are the special rate variations necessary to keep councils functioning?
I think I can answer that in two ways. On one level, if we've got a rate peg, then I can understand the intention that there needs to be another avenue for councils to come and seek additional revenue when there's been a change that hasn't been addressed in the rate peg. And I would support that avenue being there. So that's an answer of yes, but in the context. Yes?
Yeah, thank you. In terms of, I might shift now to ask some questions about what the alternatives may be to address the financial sustainability issues facing councils. In your view, do councils spend the money they receive wisely?
It's not something that we've actually examined, and as I said to you before, when we consult on special rates variations, we often get quite a bit of local information which would show that ratepayers question that.
I
But it's
deliberately
not
didn't
a-
ask that question because I thought it was too subjective, but
It is subjective, and it hasn't been our role. We're not that we don't audit, we don't go in and examine that, and we don't have the sort of information. And it may well be a question. So we have very defined functions, and the Office of Local Government obviously has other functions. We certainly see some councils, and I'm sure Office of Local Government will be able to give you examples, some excellent work.
Yeah.
And we do hear from people that they appreciate the services, but it's probably a question for others.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Should the rate peg change, what assurances could be, or schemes could be put in place to make sure that councils charge rates that are reasonable?
So alternatives to the rate peg.
Yeah.
Okay. Again, I need to say the tribunal doesn't have views on this because we haven't done this work. You're doing this work. One thing I would say is that we certainly hear from ratepayers that they don't want bill shock. So something that is a pact with ratepayers about more manageable increases, that could be something to be considered. I'm not sure if I mean, ultimately, the councillors are elected councillors and they have a job to do and they're accountable to their population. It's possible that good transparency of information would help their community to hold them accountable. But look, we haven't looked at the alternatives. We've really got to the point of calling out the problem is bigger than the rate peg and it's bigger than special variations. I would go back to that 2009 report where we suggested that there might be different pathways for different councils, but mindful of the fact that the councils that might be best able to demonstrate very, very healthy financial management might be the councils that aren't facing the disadvantages of rural and regional communities and have the historically low rate pays and floods and droughts and all of that. So it's a bigger picture.
And I might finish with just one more quick question before I throw to my colleague on screen. Talking about the special rate variation process again, it would seem that, and look, you know, given that you have insights into councils' finances through this process, it would seem that some councils inevitably turn to the SRV process to fund recurrent expenditure, given enough time. How do you balance the high rates of SRV uptake, because there is a high rate of SRV uptake, to cover current expenditure with the idea that the rate peg methodology is supposed to accurately capture costs?
Yes. So it captures costs from the base of where you are now, so that it doesn't tackle that historic low rate base. And I believe it was contemplated in the legislation and the provisions that allow for the rate peg and also allow for the special variation, that of course there would be circumstances that occur, changes in the community that would mean that there needed to be a step change. Now, I have heard the view that if the rate peg was much larger, that would give councils more flexibility for that step change. But I've also heard concerns from ratepayers about that situation, and the ORMA findings that I pointed to now a few minutes ago do point to, they prefer to say yes, you can have a manageable increase, but if there's a need for something big, there needs to be some more community consultation and scrutiny. So does that answer your question?
In a way, yes.
Yeah.
I'll pass to the Honourable Emma Hurst now. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the witnesses for joining us today. And you've sort of covered a lot around this question, but I just wanted to refer to a specific example because I'm in another inquiry where we're looking at the issue of pounds, and it's certainly been raised in that inquiry by one council that the rate peg is part of the problem as to why they can't provide sufficient pound facilities. I just wanted to get a bit of an understanding about how the process for setting that rate peg actually accounts for things like pounds, where we've seen a sudden increase in the number of people who've got companion animals, and we've seen a significant number of animals dumped into pounds. If the councils are sort of saying in another inquiry that rate peg stops them from being able to provide proper pound services because of the rate peg, I just wanted to sort of get the other side of that.
Okay. Certainly, I think many people are not really aware of all of the services that councils provide and how important they are, and services around, food safety, water, human health, and also animal health and well-being are clearly part of those sort of core services. The rate peg methodology, and I might see if Ms Towers wants to talk a little bit about this, is quite high level in looking at what are the labour costs, which are an important part of the services. So what does it cost for the workforce? What does it cost for for assets? And then what are the other costs? And we don't go into a huge amount of detail with that. But what we do have that's new is a strengthening of other adjustment factors that could come up. And so if there was an increase in council services that are needed in any area, including, say, for instance, in animal welfare, then that could be something that the reference group that we're consulting on at the moment could raise with us. We could say, instead of needing to have a special rates variation, we know this is something that's being seen by a number of councils. We might look ourselves at IPART at what's the data showing us about this increase in costs and which councils there may be a case for an adjustment that lifts it. So we are looking at something that's, in a way, a kind of halfway between the rate peg and special rates variations. Now, it's new. We're really only just moving to implement that, but to enable knowledge about these sorts of things. And others that have been raised are cybersecurity, climate change resilience, and so on. So
that's right. I mean, I would exactly agree with what our chair said. And if there was a material cost, the new process would allow councils to put that forward, and we would consider that as an adjustment mechanism. The costs of the labour costs are in the labour component, and the operating costs should be in the operating component. So on average, those things are captured.
Can I just ask do you mind if I ask a follow-up, Emma? Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine, Mark.
This is an interesting topic because if you're looking at this purely from a sort of kind of logical perspective, it's really just a function of the sophistication of the model, isn't it? So if the model is good enough to pick up all those inputs that you've been outlining, the labour costs, recurrent costs, shocks to the particular council area, cross subsidies because of inequities, all that sort of thing, in theory, if the model is sophisticated enough, and we've got computers and very clever people these days,
Yeah.
isn't it just a case of if enough investment is put into the model, then it's a fair system and councils should be allowed to increase rates in accordance with what the model spits out? Is that kind of too simplistic, or?
Look, I am going to give you a yes and no. And I alluded before to the fact that really before 2021, we were bound that it was one number across the whole state. You can see from what we've talked about today that we're now, we're making it more forward-looking, we're improving the measures, and through looking at more special adjustment factors, we could be building out a more fine-tuned model that would provide a better reflection of the increase in costs that councils need to continue to deliver those services. But it doesn't undo the historical problems of councils having started from a historic low rate base, or for that long period of time where councils were not given an increase in their revenue when their population increased. Now, some councils have tackled that through special rates variations, but not all, probably. So there are, in time, and we're committed to continuing to review and consult with the model. We think.
So the way forward, basically, what you're saying is there's a structural adjustment to fix up the historical rate base issue, and then you get the model right, and
That's right. But there's been those gaps in the past that I've talked about. And then on top of that, the natural disasters, the drought, the pandemic, the disruptions, economic volatility, it would be a good time to have a reset. I still think that councils will work with their communities and decide that they want to deliver a new service or do something different, and if the communities are agreeing with that and the plans are all out there and there's consultation, they may want to come and say we need a special step increase. But some of those issues are the historical issues of it not being as fine-tuned as it could be, and we can keep working on fine-tuning it.
Thank you.
Emma, did you have any final questions?
Yeah, I've just got one. It's just about the special variations, and I note that in your submission that the majority of those special variations were processed. However, 10 were declined. And I'm not asking for any sort of specific details about those specific 10, but I'm just wondering, what aspects or what problems would there be in that application to actually refuse a special variation?
Yeah, so we look at each one case by case. We get the applications, we publish them, we call for submissions, and we obviously, it's expected that the council will have done its own consultation as well, and we take that into account. And then we assess them against criteria that's set by the Office of Local Government. So we're looking at evidence of, is there a financial need? Which doesn't mean there's financial mismanagement, doesn't mean there's financial sustainability, but is there a case for financial need that we can look at? Is the impact of the rate increase reasonable on ratepayers? And so we will look at affordability, we will look at compared to similar councils, compared to neighbouring councils, the income levels, how many people are pensioners, how many people own their own homes, a number of those factors, and the community feedback. We'll look at what productivity, cost containment the council has already done, and how well they consulted, because their community, we're not required to show that the community supports, but they must have been informed about the need, and they must have been accurately informed about the extent, like how large those rate increases that are proposed are. Now, the short answer is that some councils will not meet those criteria, and we have gone through a thorough assessment, and then we will say, no, you don't meet the criteria. We may believe that they've will come to the view as the tribunal that they might have asked for an increase that's going to go on for 5 years of continued increases, but they've only shown that the need is there for 2, and after that their numbers will be improving, and so we may say we'll give it to you partially. And I would be happy to take on notice if you'd like to get a little bit more information about the sorts of factors without going into detail about particular councils.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Thanks so much for your evidence today. That's all we have time for. The Secretariat will contact you in relation to questions taken on notice and any supplementary questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
It's been very...
To our next witnesses for joining us here today. If I could get each witness to start from my left, and please state their name and position title, and then swear either an oath or an affirmation.
Yep. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
And just your name and position title for Hansard.
Sally Dale, Valuer General, New South Wales.
Thank you.
Mr. Stuart McLaughlin, Chief Executive Officer of Valuation New South Wales. The oath: I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Would either of you like to start by making a short opening statement?
Yes, that would be great.
Thanks.
Thank you, Chair and Committee, for the opportunity to attend today. After discussion with Mr. McLaughlin, we'd like to make a joint statement about our appearance today and some of the insights we may be able to provide or expand upon about New South Wales's valuation system and potential considerations should changes to how that system applies to local government be considered. As the Valuer General, my core responsibility is to oversee the New South Wales valuation system, including the valuation of almost 2.7 million parcels of land annually to a combined value of almost 2.8 trillion. With a mission of ever improving the system to ensure public trust and confidence, this is no mean feat, and I thank both Valuation New South Wales and former Valuer Generals for their respective operation and stewardship to date. Relevant to today's inquiry, this system is a core pillar which underpins the rating and taxing system for local councils and the New South Wales Government. Before passing to Mr. McLaughlin, it's important to note that as an independent statutory officer, my role is clearly defined by law, and as such, I do not have a preference of valuation systems, and any comments that may be provided today are on the basis of informing the committee how the system or changes as outlined in my letter to the committee may work.
Thank you.
Thank you. With circa 200 valuators, Valuation New South Wales is the agency established in the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure to support the Valuer General's functions and operate the New South Wales valuation system on a day-to-day basis. In addition to those core functions, Valuation New South Wales importantly undertakes market research to ensure the latest technology and emerging trends in the valuation industry or across other jurisdictions are known and analysed. This includes how local government contribution plans may be underpinned, or the different types of valuation systems utilised in other jurisdictions. And I note the former Valuer General and or agency submissions to previous IPART reviews on the types of systems across Australia. Collectively, Ms Dale and I look forward to answering any questions you may have about the New South Wales valuation system. and its application to the inquiry's topic, as well as insights into how other systems may work. Ensuring that any potential changes are underpinned by known and quantifiable advantages and disadvantages. Lastly, it would be remiss of me not to highlight that New South Wales' valuation system is ranked equal first in the world by the International Property Institute and has been routinely recognised by other state jurisdictions as a leader in Australia, most notably by Queensland in a cross-jurisdictional valuation system review circa around 2012.
Thank you. Might start with questions from the Honourable Bess Payne.
Thank you. Just noting that obviously we use unimproved values at the moment, and there was talk about moving to capital improved values. I'm interested in knowing the work that's required to maintain databases for one or the other. I imagine unimproved values are easier to maintain a value for because it doesn't require any survey work, it doesn't require any information into a database as to what's actually occurred on the land. Would that be, a very baseline to start the questioning?
Look, both systems require a database of property attributes, and obviously surveyors are involved in surveying the land and registering deposited plans, and that information, as well as mapping, aerial mapping, is used by Valuation New South Wales and our valuers. It is a good question though, because capital improved values obviously include the improvements on the land. So a requirement would be to have a centralised database of what those improvements on the land would be. To my knowledge now, we don't have a centralised database with that data. That being said, there are private operations that have data available and aerial mapping. But it is very varied, the quality of that information, especially when you're looking at regional and rural properties versus metropolitan, where there's been a lot of sales and advertisements that valuers and alike can use, like floor plans and photographs of internals.
Yep. So in relation to the government of the day seeking to move through legislation a requirement that capital improved values be used, what would you think would be a reasonable time frame for you to then create such a database that councils could then use in order to set rates? And then the other part of that is, how much would it cost in order for you to establish that secondary database and survey? I think you said 2.7 million plots of land that you're responsible for?
That's correct.
Yeah, so I imagine that, you've got your unimproved value and you've got your database of that you've then got to go and work out 2.7 million improvements or not that have occurred to those plots.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the time frame, whether it would come to Valuation New South Wales or the Valuer General to set up that database, it may be in conjunction with another government department. But we did a review back in 2016 in relation to capital improved values, and we've recently done a further update of that review. And we're thinking that it could take 5 years to not just get the database in place, but obviously it would be a big change to work processes. We would have to increase our workforce. And there's also the consideration that there could be or potentially be a lot more objections in the first instance if we did move from land value to capital improved value.
Yeah, I wasn't even going to get to the point where they challenge.
Yeah. In regards to the cost, our update of the review also looked at costings. So at the midpoint range, we were looking at 282 million up to 500 million at the high end. And if you just look at the private sector and you take that as an example, in the banking and finance sector, they will often get desktop valuations for cost efficiency purposes, and a valuer will carry out a desktop. So for a standard residential property, a desktop will cost between $100 and $120, and that's with a valuer sitting at a desk looking at aerial imagery and photographs. So obviously then you've got to take into account that information won't be available for every single property, and there's also very complex properties when you look at commercial and industrial. So in those instances you would have to send out a valuer in the field to go and carry out an inspection. So with that in mind, I think 500,000 could be conservative.
Okay, 500 million?
Million, sorry.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was doing the numbers in my head.
No,
going,
500 million.
Yes.
The other thing I'd just add to Ms Dale's answer is it's 2.7 million land values. If we move to capital improved, it's 3.6 million, roughly, circa. So the job is obviously bigger, hence.
But more rateable properties, so, you know, the councils might do that with glee. My last question in relation to this is have you provided have you done any modelling around the differences between, say, metropolitan areas and rural and regional? Because I imagine that there would be a more detailed model that could be built around, say, the Sydney CBD area and the outer Sydney area because of databases and the like. It's going to get a lot harder as you go out to regional areas where, you know, property sizes can become, you know, quite large. Have you done any work in relation to how that would, you know, I guess, impact the difference between rateable prices in metropolitan areas versus rural, regional, and whether there's a cost benefit in doing that in relation to the work that you do outside of what councils do?
Yeah. We've done a model, a very broad model that has looked at the system as a whole. Stuart might be able to.
Yeah, so the short answer is I think it's logical, some of the points you're making, but no, we haven't taken the initial or updated piece that we've done to that level of detail on the basis that it's just to ensure that we are across what a high level broad brush view would be to move to the system, but obviously our role is delegated by Sally and very defined in law of what we need to do on a day-to-day
And the
basis.
government hasn't asked you to do any modelling work on any of this at the moment?
At a detailed level, no, we haven't been asked any of those things. That
I might ask a question now about, so you talked about the cost of implementing a move to capital improved value. What are the proposed benefits of moving to such a scheme?
As I said in the opening, I've got no preference one way or the other, and there are actually pros and cons for both. So I think for capital improved values, it's probably easier for people to understand because they're looking at the sale. It's based on sales evidence of the whole property. And land values, there is instances, and we do get objections where people don't understand how we've gone back to a land value. That being said, we are running an education program to try and assist and help people understand that. Apart from that, both systems, as Stu mentioned in his opening statement, have been reviewed, and there's benefits to both.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I would say there's a really good summary in the former submission that the former Valuer General made to IPART in 2016 about advantages and disadvantages of the systems. As Sally said, understanding is the main advantage of capital improved values that we see, but obviously there are significant disadvantages both from a cost perspective to stand that system up, but also not just to stand it up, to maintain it. I know Ms Dale touched on objections.
It's Friday.
It's a Friday.
I mean,
I was going to wear a chinos, but
just chill. We're good.
Okay, well, as Sal mentioned, objections, but the other part is with capital improved values, there's an ongoing maintenance cost that would need to be understood, particularly around supplementary valuations. So every time someone does a capital improvement to their property, that would trigger a new valuation, arguably, and that would obviously be quite labour intensive. Yep.
Are there technological advancements that could streamline the implementation and ongoing management of a capital improved value system?
There's been a lot of talk in the market, and they have been in the market for a number of years around AVMs, which is an automated valuation model, which is a simple linear regression. I'm not going to go into the detail of that here, or a multiple
Butters will be
regression.
happy, it's computer modelling, it just spits it out the answer, right mate?
Yeah, and we have run pilots.
Otherwise known as progress.
Sorry.
And we have run pilots internally over the last couple of years looking at using automated valuation models. There are limitations with those models though. They work reasonably well in areas where properties are homogenous, so similar land, similar improvements. But where they don't work well is in areas where there's different styles of property. So take an inner city area, for example, where you may have terrace homes or properties on wide frontages. And also in areas where there may be views or varying topographies, the accuracy there is definitely not at a level that would promote public confidence. Also, the same goes in regional areas where there's a lack of sales evidence. Those models aren't accurate, and I would say they're unable to be used in most instances. There is talk now of using AVMs with AI, but it is very much in its infancy, and at this stage we're keeping a close eye on technology advances and are in touch with people in the international valuation community, but at this stage there is no system I'm aware of that would provide the accuracy required.
And how have other states or countries, you mentioned being in touch with the other communities, how have other states or countries that use capital improved value systems manage that transition and ongoing costs?
I can't talk if they've transitioned from land value to capital improved value because, as I said, there's pros and cons to both. So in Australia, for example, Queensland and New South Wales both use land values, and the other states will use land values along with capital improved values and annual values, which is rental values. So every state in Australia, except Queensland and New South Wales, are quite similar, but everyone's using a different system, and the same goes for overseas. I know over in the UK, they actually retrospectively value back to a date in the 1990s the improvements. So everywhere around the world, they're using a different system. As Stu mentioned, in 2019, New South Wales' system was ranked equal first in the world, along with Hong Kong, for their valuation system, which is land values.
Do you see opportunities for councils to leverage more sustainable income from the property they hold?
I couldn't comment on that. Stu?
No, I'd say that's something not that we could comment on.
Thank you. I might hand over to Dr. Amanda Conn if she's got some questions.
Yeah, thank you. Most of my questions have already been asked by other members of the committee. But I suppose, the review that you've done looking at the feasibility of potential implications of implementing capital improved value, I know there's a lot of stakeholders we're going to hear from who are very keen for that change to be made. So I suppose, are there any other findings of that review that you haven't already been able to speak to in response to questions? Probably strata units. The reviews that I've read, there has been comments around strata units, and I think the implications there is we value land value. So when you're looking at, say, a large residential apartment building, the way it works is we actually will value the plot of land that relates to that apartment building, and then that land value is apportioned to each unit as per their unit entitlement, which is on the strata plan. So on a proportionate dwelling basis, I can see the argument that yes, the proportion is low in regards to land value per dwelling. That being said, there may be the potential to look at a different rating category for strata units.
So can I ask a follow-up for that? Is there a possibility, and are you aware of any other states where they do that differently? So, for example, apply, say, a volumetric method and rate into the sky, if you like?
I'd have to take that on notice. As I said, the states that use capital improved value, they would actually look at that individual unit value. But I would have to take that on notice in regards to the states that just use land value.
Thank you. Sorry, Amanda. Carry on.
That's all right.
Are there any questions from our colleagues online? Emma or Scott?
No, I don't have anything. Thanks, Chair.
Did you have any more questions? Beth?
Just trying to think. I guess.
I have some more if you don't.
Well, I guess the bit that I'm trying to get my head around in relation to if we were to move to this method would be that you've got, I guess you and I'm simplifying it now down to base levels. You've got your unimproved database that you're currently using for land values, and it has, I guess, the annual price changes, and you can see that when you get your land value certificate, you can see the up and down, although mostly it's up, depending on which way you've got your valuation and where you live. So you can see the percentage changes per year. How that would change when you've got, say, a empty plot of land and then you build the house on it, and you would see that percentage change. Do you get a percentage change for the land in that year change, and then you've got the house which would have a separate value, and then do they change so that you've got the land value and then increasing and the property increasing, or does it then become one package?
Yeah.
There are a number of ways around this model that I'm trying to get my head around and just sort of work out how much workload that creates for you, Ms. McLaughlin, because ultimately it'd be borne by you to ensure that the figure is...
There's a few others with me in...
Oh, no, but they've sent you here, and so, let's be honest, you're the front face of this, so is this really feasible, a change? And if it is, what time frame is going to be needed to move to that?
Can I just follow up with how would you implement it as well?
Yeah.
How would you implement
Well,
the shift?
probably firstly answering your question in regards to the way land value moves with house prices. Interestingly, when we provide on our website data in regards to that. So we will actually track the land value against the capital improved value. And in the vast majority of cases, those two lines are proportionately moving at the same level.
Right.
So,
Okay.
yeah.
That's interesting, because
Yeah.
I imagine that some suburbs would have, your sort of your 3-bedroom cookie cutter house, and then the next suburb over might have larger plots with much bigger houses. Sometimes the capital growth in those areas tends to be...
Yeah, generally though, when you look at the area as a whole, they will move very similarly.
Okay.
Yeah.
And implementation time frame, if you were to...
And how would you implement a change to capital
I'll
improved
probably
value?
pass to Stu there because he's the one.
He's the front face. He's the one they sent here.
The good news is both Sal and I have discussed this, and we've also discussed it with former valuer generals that happen to now work within Valuation New South Wales, so we're very fortunate to have the expertise, and it is implementable. The 3 key steps that we would need to do is A, have the adequate time. We think 5 years is that time period. B, set up the appropriate system. So that's going to be the first and foremost thing that we would do. So we are currently building a new valuation system known as Val IQ for the Valuer General. So it'd be about modifying how that is being built to ensure we can capture the appropriate data fields that we need to, and then B or C, make sure that we have the adequate capacity in terms of our total workforce. So at the moment, obviously land values have been used for many, many years. We have a very tried and tested method that is easy to grapple with, well, not easy, but relatively known to how to grapple with year by year. So it'd be about improving our overall capability, but more so our capacity internally. So we would need a lot more valuers, and that workforce would be needed both initially and then ongoing it would still be lifted on the basis that there are a lot more supplementary valuations to do.
Can I ask, is there a potential role councils could play in supporting the valuer general in a moving to a capital improved scheme in a more timely and efficient way?
I think there's a role that...
Yep. If we move to capital improved values, we need a centralised database of improvements. So that is potentially where councils would be able to assist us in providing that data up front, but then ongoing providing that regular data, and then we would need to have communication when someone made improvements to a property, whether it was additions or a pool or...
Well, that all goes through council anyway,
That's right,
doesn't it?
and we would need to be
within
notified,
certain-
and then we'd need to send a valuer out in the field.
But they're also conflicted because they'll receive the benefit of the increase in the improved value.
Would could there be maybe a simplified or hybrid model, perhaps, that may help councils to have more categories of rateable land that they can charge for?
Again, I'm independent. If the government decides that they want to go to a hybrid model, we are capable of, providing that. They do that in other states. They've got land value, capital improved value and rental value. So, yes,
I've got
it would be possible.
more question if that's
Sure.
all right.
Yeah, go.
I know we're almost out of
Again, though,
time.
I think it's weighing up the cost benefit of actually moving to capital improved values. What are the advantage? What are the benefits versus the cost?
So this is a key question, right? So is there someone who's given an opinion in the bureaucracy that
IPART 2016.
in the long run, if you invest up front, obviously it's got a long tail for the return on the investment, but in an ideal world, if we got that capital add value base going with all the money that requires to invest in that modelling, then is it in the long run a better system in terms of all the issues we've raised, equity, rate base, all the rest of it?
Look, we haven't done the modelling, and you'd probably have to ask councils or the parties that are asking for capital improved value.
My last question is...
Well, hang on.
Oh, sorry. Computer says no.
Stuart was just going to answer as well.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Computer
Wes.
says yes.
We'll have time, Wes. Yeah.
Okay. The only thing I'd say is that question's been covered by Henry in 2008 or 2009 about equity, and whether or not it would be a better system. And I think you'll in that review he does say that from an equity standpoint it may not be better than land values.
Right.
Is my understanding. So
This is Ken Henry.
Henry in 2010
or 9, I think it was.
Somewhere between 2008 and
Yeah.
2010.
Yeah.
It's Friday, but it's definitely
It's bracketing.
Yes.
So
I think it's page 258.
258, thanks. I'll go straight to it.
I can't work out
Yeah.
whether you're joking or not.
It
is. There you go. Okay, it's 258.
So that
is
thank
incredible.
you. That's a very important answer, because there's no point
So-
going down this path if you're not sure if it's going to
That would be a key consideration of anyone
Yeah.
considering it. But the other thing I'd say is in terms of payback periods, we did some modelling obviously on how much it costs up front and then what we think it would cost to administer year by year versus what we currently expend to administer the land value system, and there is no payback period in our calculations.
Right, thank you.
This next question might send some shocks through a number of accountants, but would a move to capital improved values then perhaps suggest a change in the way that we calculate land tax?
That would be a decision to be made by Treasury or Revenue or another government.
But it would make it easier for then to tax on capital improved value as opposed to...
I don't understand. Sorry.
Yeah.
Are you saying what's the sorry?
So land tax, I think, based on the unimproved value of the land.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
So if there was a database of capital improved value.
Well, obviously the values would go up, but I guess it would be how you determine the tax base based on that increased value.
Yeah, which is why there might be some nervous people if that happened.
Thank you. That's all we have time for today. Thank you so much for coming in, giving evidence. The Secretariat will contact you in relation to any questions on notice. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll now have a short break.
Thanks.
Welcome to our next witnesses. I'd invite you to start by introducing yourself, starting on my left with your name and position title, and then taking either an oath or an affirmation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Will Barton. I'm the Vice President of the Institute of Public Works Engineers Australasia, New South Wales and ACT Division. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
And I'm Joshua Devitt. I'm the Chief Engineer of IPWEA, New South Wales and ACT. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. Would you like to start by making a short opening statement?
Yes, I would. Thank you. So, before I come to my substantive opening remarks, I would like to thank the committee for the opportunity to appear before you today. IPWA New South Wales and ACT, I'll refer to as the Institute, has enjoyed many years of friendship with all parties and continues to stand by as a trusted source of advice, information and assistance in all things public works and infrastructure. The Institute has now been operating in one form or another for over 100 years. We are a registered charity and our purpose is simple: to enhance the quality of life of New South Wales and ACT communities through excellence in public works, services. We represent individual engineers, technical officers, road safety officers and paraprofessionals from across the state and primarily who work within local government. We lead, inform, connect and represent the profession in the ongoing pursuit of our purpose. We contest that the current funding framework, that is rate pegging, has ultimately cost the community far more than it has ever saved, and it is no longer fit for purpose if indeed it ever was. Rate pegging seeks to peg revenue generated by rates, and thus costs on business and households within an LGA by a percentage determined by the Independent Pricing and Regulatory Tribunal. Generally, a council's budget is driven primarily by infrastructure assets. Up to 70% of a regional or rural council's budget is usually dedicated to infrastructure asset spending, with that portion reducing to about 50% for councils in the metropolitan area. And the thing about infrastructure assets is that they're expensive. They're expensive when they're funded appropriately, but they are wildly expensive when they aren't. It is very simply the case that rate pegging has led to decades of deferred asset expenditure, which only results in an ever-growing backlog, which for roads and bridges last year amounted to an annual underspend of $680 million, an increase from $380 million or thereabouts just 3 years prior. But unlike many other services, asset renewal in particular becomes ever more expensive as it is deferred. What I mean by this, and by way of an example, can be illustrated by looking at the life cycle of a road, which is pertinent given councils in New South Wales are responsible for 80% of the road network within the state. Once built, a road generally only requires minor, ongoing maintenance, clearing of drains, which is designed to keep water away from the road's structure, that is the pavement, management of vegetation for the same purpose, and the added purpose of road safety, etc. Anywhere between 8 and 15 years post-construction, the seal of the road, the utmost layer which protects the road structure from water, will require renewal. Think of this as repainting the weatherboards or the roof of your house, and this maintains the protection of the pavement substructure. While this varies considerably in cost across the state, it is safe to say that most treatments cost between $5 a square metre and $20 a square metre. But delay this work and allow moisture to penetrate the pavement or the underlying subgrades, and those costs rapidly escalate to anything between $50 and $250 a square metre, a tenfold increase. And that is just the cost of the repairs. It does not consider the increased cost of maintenance to fill the growing number of potholes, the cost to the economy of productivity losses, the cost to the individual of increased vehicle maintenance and damage, nor the increased risk of crashes. The pothole crisis of 2022-23 had its roots in rate pegging. Certainly it was the wet weather which was the ultimate stressor that resulted in the large-scale failure of the transport network that is our road network. But that stressor would not have had anywhere near the impact had we in place a sound road network. Considering the whole of life, the most cost-effective way of delivering infrastructure assets is to fund renewals in particular when they are required, when they fall due. Ultimately, we see these higher costs funded. Every year we see special rate variations approved, leading to significant increases in rate income across a short number of years. But the costs I've already mentioned, those largely avoidable costs, have already been incurred. We also see, and I will add we are very grateful for, grant programs being rolled out to plug the gaps created by rate pegging. Fixing country roads, fixing country bridges, the $500 million pothole fund last year are but some examples. These are very real acknowledgements that the current funding model, that rate peg, is failing our communities, and supplementary funding is required to maintain our assets. And as grateful as we are for these, there is no denying that they serve simply as a sugar hit. And just as it is in the human body, a sugar hit in these circumstances leads to inefficiencies, waste and decay. It prevents us from long-term planning for our workforce. It sends us into a scurry competing with each other for skilled staff, for skilled contractors. It often inflates the market, allowing those contractors who have been able to hold on during the tight times to command a premium when demand outstrips supply. And it does nothing for those that have seen the work dry up between these sugar hits and have had to close their doors. Such grant programs are also geared toward the new, the upgraded, the sexier projects ripe for the ribbon cutting, noting the three that I've already mentioned are the exception. But these grants fail to allow for the ongoing recurrent costs which come with such projects. And once the politicians and the media depart, rate pegging means that our members must cut even further into already insufficient budgets to try and stretch an impossibly small balloon over an impossibly large elephant. I could go on. Sustainability, skills pipeline, resilience, betterment, high capacity networks to support the growing freight task. But in the interest of time, I won't. In closing this opening remark, our first priority is to seek a funding model for local government which provides for greater certainty and continuity of funding, which will allow our members to undertake the long-term planning needed for assets which typically last between 20 and 100 years, and upon which every individual in this state is reliant on to lead a safe and quality life. We are here today, standing by, ready and willing to assist with that task.
Thank you. I'll now move to questions. Are there any questions? Dr. Amanda Conn.
Thank you so much for being here. I firstly wanted to pick up on your example of the life cycle of a road, which was a really fantastic illustration, which, you know, it's you're describing sort of an unintended consequence of the rate peg, but I'm wondering if it actually goes further than that it's not just an unintended consequence, it's fundamentally the rate peg not fulfilling its purpose. And I'm going to quote the IPART submission, one of our witnesses earlier today. They said that we consider the function of the rate peg is twofold, and then I'm going to skip a bit, but they say this helps ensure that they can maintain the scope, quality and quantity of these services over time without undermining their financial sustainability. Is it your view that the rate peg's actually fundamentally not meeting that function?
It is, and what we have seen is that historically, and I might defer to Josh in a moment on this, but we have historically seen the Roads Construction Cost Index, which is one index that measures the annual change in cost of delivering roadworks, outstrip by some margin the rate peg. We have seen other indexes, wages, electricity and so forth, continually outstrip the rate peg. Within New South Wales, we operate in the Integrated Planning and Reporting Framework. That, I think, is intended to deliver a level of autonomy to communities, but that autonomy does not extend to then the question of funding. Rate peg is imposed on us. We are the only level of government which has its wings clipped in that regard. It's a legislative requirement that we prepare asset management plans, that we prepare asset management strategies, that these respond to and reflect the wishes and the desires of the community. But when it comes to funding these in their fullness, councils are forced to go down a path of special rates variations, which are costly and time-consuming. Politically, they can be problematic, and they simply do not support the efficient funding of local government.
Yeah, look, just to add to that, and I'd note that in our submission we did call this out as well, that councils are now getting forced into the position of having to make some tough decisions about service levels that they offer to their communities. I was speaking to one of our members in a regional council the other day about potentially divesting themselves of certain asset classes because they just can't afford to sustain them at all. And so I think that is a ripple effect from the rate pegging that we're starting to see manifest for certain communities.
Thanks. You also went into quite a lot of detail in your written submission about the nature of grants, and you particularly commented that constantly having sort of small single project grants isn't good for long-term staff development. What do you see as the impact actually on the broader community of that lack of development in the workforce?
I think first and foremost, it amplifies the impact of the skill shortage we're already in. So it's quite well known that there's a shortage of skilled engineers and technicians that are related to the management of assets within New South Wales and indeed across Australia. What tends to happen, and in my own experience, in my own council, is that we see a rapid increase from time to time in grant funding. For our own situation, in the kind of the 3 to 4 years up to about 2020, 2021, we had an average capital spend of about $20 million with natural disasters, with other grants and so forth. That's now exceeding $100 million. And we've had to try to ramp up our workforce to meet that challenge in 12 months. The impact on the community is often one of delays, of having to suffer through the damaged infrastructure or infrastructure which is no longer in a suitable condition or fit for purpose. That comes with it a whole range of costs that I've already mentioned. Costs on time, costs on vehicle maintenance, costs on damage, and sadly from time to time, cost of lives as well.
One last question.
Go for it.
Yeah. In your submission, you also commented on the administrative burden of having to perpetually apply for grants rather than having a greater amount of untied funds. And in particular, you commented that funding provided by federal sources is typically much less onerous from a government perspective. I'm certainly not aware of any community pushback that people feel like federal funding to councils is poorly regulated or requires more reporting. So I'm interested if you could go into more detail on that and perhaps what lessons there are from federal funding that could be applied to state funding.
Yeah, I'm happy to field that one. Look, we've certainly seen, there's some comparative programs out there, and one that it stands out is in regards to bridge renewals. There's some certain funding streams at the federal level and the state level to that, and this was highlighted I think it was 2 years ago at our local roads congress, where I think the touch points for a federal program were 4, but the touch points for a state program were 12, and so that sort of clearly highlights the extra governance requirements, the extra reporting requirements that are put over the top of a state level program as opposed to a federal level program. I guess the other thing I would mention is that we see inconsistencies as to how grants are administered, and the reporting requirements vary from program to program as well. One of our members in the far north of the state, who's been through some natural disasters over the last few years, was relaying to me the other day that they, as a part of their post-disaster recovery, I think had 65 separate funding sources with 250 odd touch points from a reporting perspective. So when we talk about the burden, that's a very clear example of the need for additional officers within the council to manage that side of it, and it's just not sustainable in the longer term.
Thank you. That's a really great example of that inefficiency.
Thanks. I'll just pass to my colleague online now, the Honourable Emma Hurst. She's there.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. I've just got a couple of questions, and I know you've sort of already talked a little bit about, the funding grants that are coming from state government. And I know that your submissions sort of talk about the fact that they're more focused on asset maintenance. It's more focused on new builds rather than asset maintenance and refurbishments. I just want to get a bit more information about that and whether that's sort of something that historically is continuing to happen, where we're seeing certain assets that the councils already have sort of got that infrastructure backlog, and is that sort of related to the fact that the grants are still just sort of going into these new shiny things rather than making sure that the things that are there are getting the money that it needs to go into?
struggling to follow along with the nature of the question. If you could perhaps just repeat the key question that you have.
Sure. So in your submission, you talk about the funding grants from state governments. And you argue that they should be focused more on asset maintenance and refurbishments rather than new builds. And I just wanted to get a bit more information about that, whether, the grants currently are all sort of going into these new establishments. And meanwhile, we've really got this whole issue with the actual maintenance and refurbishments of things that council already has.
Yes, that's quite correct. That in essence, councils across the state can't afford what they've already got, and yet these grants often result in adding to that problem and adding to the burden. In my own experience, we have a backlog of several tens of millions that is or has come about for a number of reasons, and certainly exacerbated by the disasters that we've experienced up in the northwest of the Sydney Basin. There is certainly a case and a need for new infrastructure. We don't contest that. What we would seek, though, is that these grants reflect that there is an ongoing cost to this infrastructure, and that is considered within a new infrastructure funding model. The classic example is the requirement to, provide, say, a new pool, for instance, when a council already has an ageing pool that requires renewal. Or it might be one that's a little more complex, which is our natural disaster funding. We welcome, of course, the ability to introduce betterment and resilience. That often comes with it an increase in value, which leads to increased depreciation costs and also maintenance costs. And we again see that tail that lingers for the next decades as an ongoing cost. So the ideally what we would seek is not necessarily for an increase, although we would always welcome that, but a redistribution so that the grant funding is actually meets the need. Coming back to the point I made earlier, councils are required to develop asset management plans which reflect the community's desires and the community's wants, and what that community wants to achieve in a self-determining kind of way. The grant programs which come out, particularly from the state, but also from the feds, often don't reflect that. And so councils are forced to step outside of their asset planning to avail themselves of these opportunities.
Absolutely, and an example I spoke about this morning as well, and one that my office often hears about is the pound systems within councils as well. We often hear from councils that they're often in disrepair or built out of tip sites. And I assume that sort of fits a little bit into that example as well, where it's about the maintenance and making sure that the structures that are in place now are fit for purpose, in a similar way as the pool example that you gave. So you think that sort of just restructuring those grants as they currently stand to ensure that that's factored in there for the long term? How do you sort of see that playing out? Sort of, is it still sort of like a one-off grant, or is it something that kind of, I'm just trying to sort of picture how sort of structurally that changes within government.
I think the Roads to Recovery grant, which my colleague Mr. Devitt mentioned, is a really good example of where it's probably the most secure grant funding that we have in terms of tenure and longevity, where we know often years in advance what the allocations are going to be, and we can plan accordingly. That also allows for, and in fact is predominantly used for renewals, that is to repair what we've already got as opposed to new assets. But whatever the ultimate funding model looks like, it has to be in reflective of that there are these long-lived costs associated with infrastructure which have to be recognised through that process.
Absolutely, thank you. And just one other question. I'm just from your organisation's position, I'm just wondering what sort of recommendations that you'd like to actually see come out of this inquiry. Ideally, would you like to see the rate peg system altogether removed, or do you want to see specific improvements? What sort of ultimately would you like to see as recommendations?
Look, I think we're supportive of, I suppose, as Will alluded to, a redistribution of the funds that are going into those grant programs. So whether that's in the form of a more sustainable grant funding model, or even an increase in baseload funding, really what we're seeking to see is funds that will support that sustainable investment in council workforces over the longer term, and will meet the needs of those assets, across their full maintenance cycle. And we certainly called that out in our submission. And I suppose one other point I'd make in regard to that is that one of the challenges with the competitive grant process at the moment is that it tends to favour larger, better resource councils, and we tend to find that the smaller regional and remote councils are the ones that miss out, which are typically the ones who need this funding more anyway. So again, there's that imbalance between where the money's going to, and I think we would support a redistribution to try and create a more equitable distribution of funds.
Okay. So you're more focused on those grant programs generally?
Well, that, but also potentially a revision to rate pegging to allow councils the freedom to to set the levels themselves to a large degree.
And if I can add on to that, we do have infrastructure assets which are delivered by councils which aren't impacted by rate pegging. So water and sewer assets, for example, there is no cap on how or by how much these costs can increase, but there is a robust process in place to develop asset management plans and strategic business plans and so forth to justify increases, annual increases. We don't see there being any difference between the provision of a water treatment plant and a water treatment and distribution network versus a road network. They're infrastructure that serve a purpose, serve a community. They both are governed by or managed through asset management plans which respond to a community's desired outcome. One is constrained by rate peg, the other is free to, within reason, to increase the annual revenue to reflect the needs of that network and of that asset class.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
No worries, thanks. I might start with a question now about infrastructure costs. In your submission, you mentioned about the rate peg making infrastructure costs more expensive in New South Wales. I just wondered if you could explain that a bit more for us, and if you've got any data to support that.
Look, certainly I might start and then throw the data question to Mr. Devitt. I touched on it in my opening remarks, which is I have, within my own context, about 700 kilometres of sealed road that I'm responsible for. On average, that costs about $10 a square metre to reseal. Mm-hmm. Now, reseal is a vital practice to protect the pavement structure. It's the pavement structure which gives us the strength and that allows vehicles to safely travel along the road network. If that seal is not updated, that $10 a square metre cost becomes $100 to $200 to $250 a square metre. Now, some of those reseals are able to be programmed and undertaken when they're required, but ultimately, because of the constraints on us, the funding constraints on us, not all of those reseals can be. And so what we see is a progression of that road deteriorating. Now, with every year that you do not do that reseal, the cost to repair becomes greater and greater. It begins with isolated pavement failures, moving to more wholesale failures across larger sections, and ultimately it leads to the failure of the structure itself. A little bit like a building or a house. If you don't maintain the roof, the walls start to deteriorate, then the floors, and then ultimately the foundations begin to deteriorate. And it's far, far more expensive to address those latter problems than it is to do the initial work required to protect the structure. So because of rate pegging and that constraint on our ability to fund those assets, essentially we're turning a $5 a square metre problem into a $100 or a $200 a square metre problem, which ultimately has to be fixed. And it's those SRVs which we're seeing come through to do that cost, but not before we've seen increased maintenance costs because we have to try and maintain the network in a safe and serviceable standard throughout that deterioration. But also, instead of repairing a seal, we're repairing a full structure.
And just in regards to the data to support that, we've got a longitudinal study that we've been undertaking for about 20 years now called the Road Asset Benchmarking Survey, and that's collecting data from all the councils across the state as to their infrastructure backlog and the condition of their assets. And one of the metrics that we track is that backlog over time. We have seen it decrease up until about 3 years ago, whereas, as Will alluded to in his opening remarks, it's actually increased from about 380 million to 680 million. So that's an annual backlog as well. So, you know, unless we're getting that increased funding, we're expecting the condition of the road network to deteriorate over time. And I think that was probably, highlighted most recently with the pothole failures that we saw across the entire state, 2 or 3 years ago. In my mind, that's very, very much linked to this underspend in maintenance activities over that 20-year period, and we're starting to see the ramifications of it now, and that's what we're seeking to, see funding increase to, avoid that happening again.
So it would strike me that sealing of the road is just a common thing that you would have to do, or should, or ought to do. Mm-hmm. In terms of I suppose the resourcing of councils, is there an argument to make that a more well-resourced council system will lighten the state's burden in terms of, project management and things?
Yeah, absolutely. No, I'd certainly agree with that. And, we're very supportive of councils building capacity within themselves. We think you get greater efficiency gains through having staff in-house as opposed to relying on external contractors. So I think, we'd certainly support that.
How difficult is it for councils to attract high-quality engineers?
Look, it's quite challenging in the current environment. We're in an acute skills shortage across lots of professions, but that certainly includes engineering. We tend to find that the competition, engineers will gravitate towards either the private sector or maybe state government, and that councils struggle to, be able to pay market rates to attract skilled staff.
So councils aren't able to offer market rates?
In many cases, no.
And why do you think that is? What do you think the cause of that is?
Look, I think it's partly linked to, I guess, the funding model within councils themselves, there's obviously some structural requirements there around the local government award that allows some wiggle room for people to offer more. But I think what we see is that it's largely limited by the funding that's available for those positions.
Is that problematic in the sense of not just having resident academic qualifications and expertise to do the nuts and bolts, but not having people with the ability to oversight those contractual arrangements with professionals externally? Is that kind of the main issue?
I think it's a bit of both, and I mean we're supportive of every council in the state having at least a couple of engineers within the organisation, but in some cases that may not be the case. And I mean we can probably go off on a tangent here into our position on engineering registration, but in short, there is a lack of technical capability within some organisations, and what we find is that tends to defer to that more oversight model of project managing external resources to deliver these works. But there is certainly a shortage in some areas of those project management capabilities as well.
So does that mean, as we stand today, there would be councils out there who just don't have anyone with the capacity to oversight those contracts in a way that's faithful to the ratepayers' integrity?
It's hard for me to generalise on that.
Yeah.
On that point. Yeah.
Okay.
Do you think there's a need to create new opportunities for young engineers to get into council?
Absolutely. No, we're very supportive of that, and one of our missions is to sort of promote the profession of public works engineering. But I think certainly from my experience, and Will may comment on this as well. I've come through the ranks, as it were, through a council organisation, and we certainly see the value that a career in that field can result in. So we're very supportive of that.
And are you aware of any trends in local government of engineers being either attracted to or turned away from a career in local government?
Look, I think what we tend to find is that obviously the market rates is a deterrent to people going into local government, but it's often couched in terms of there's a better work-life balance or flexibility of work in the local government sector as opposed to, say, the private sector. I think coming out of COVID and the whole sort of flexible work-life model has shifted a fair bit now, so we haven't quite seen the full ramifications of that for our membership.
What I might add to that is that for many decades, state and local government were the proving ground of young engineers. We had, the old Department of Main Roads, DMR, then then RTA, then RMS, now Transport for New South Wales, similarly with Public Works. And councils too had strong cadetship programs. They had strong programs in place to bring often student engineers into their organisations, expose them for 6 months or 12 months to the workplace and to the field, and then they'd go off, finish their studies, but with that taste of public service, a lot would come back. We've seen over many years now that decline across both levels of government, and we're certainly very keen to see that return, not just to local government but to state, of course, so that we can foster that future generation. Like Josh, I'm a product of that. Started out as an intern down in the Riverina, and progressively moved through organisations and councils almost exclusively.
I knew I liked him.
What? That's an interesting point, right? So what's been the catalyst for that gradual decline? Because you would have thought that a responsible general manager and indeed a council would at least recognise the requirement to have those resident expertise, if only as an oversight function. So where did it get to the point where we don't need that anymore? Let's just outsource everything.
I don't think that you can point to one catalyst or event. I think what has probably occurred is that there's been a real struggle to attract engineers, and from my time out in the Riverina, we saw that a lot, and there were occasions where I would have to go 2 or 3 times to market to try and find a suitably experienced and qualified engineer, and so in that vacuum, consultants, contractors have filled that void, and that's kind of then perpetuated almost as the standard way of doing business. Wouldn't it have always been the case that the private sector paid over odds, like historically? So I'm just failing to see the linear connection between, you know what I mean? Like 30, 40 years ago, you would have got more as a private sector engineer than an engineer working for Ausgrid or council. So what's changed? Is it like there must have been a change in the philosophy somewhere along? Well, there was certainly the change to the Act in 1993, and that removed and look, I won't expose what I was doing in 1993, but it was to do with school. My understanding is that prior to that, there was a requirement for a council to have a chief or a municipal engineer, a shire engineer,
okay,
as well as the clerk, the shire clerk, and so forth. And the introduction of the 1993 Act removed that requirement to have that position as a statutory, if you will, a statutory role within council.
Okay.
And so I can only imagine that had some bearing and perhaps kicked off the trend.
We should note that, Chair, as a potential rec. Yep.
Yeah. I might throw to the Honourable Wes Vane now for questions.
Thank you. Obviously, this inquiry is looking at a number of issues. The ability for local government to fund infrastructure and services. Now, I would think it's fairly clear that you're here advocating for the infrastructure component, but I think as well as a number of the, structural issues that occur within the rating system for ratepayers, also exists an increase in the services that councils are providing that are at best described as non-core business. Have you had any chance to do any work in relation to the expenditure percentage in relation to councils on infrastructure over, say, the past number of years, whether it be a decade or so or a number of decades, to see whether the percentage of rates coming in and the percentage of that expenditure on infrastructure, has that been decreasing, and is that at the cost of or is it in response to councils doing more service or political type work that means that they've got less to spend on infrastructure?
I'm not
it's
aware.
Really a dick, sir. I've just tossed the ball in the air. Smack away, please.
I'm not aware of any research that our organisation has done. What I would say is that...
Anecdotal's fine.
Yeah, we are certainly seeing, and I can cite, for example, the emergency services levy, but generally cost shift from other levels of government to local government increasing markedly. The number escapes me in the last report that LGNSW undertook, but I think it was approaching $1 billion a year. It might have been 850 million or thereabouts. But that has certainly eaten away at the budget available. And I come back to the point that this is all within the context of a a revenue-constrained environment. So the emergency services levy is probably a classic where in my own organisation, we've seen it increase over the last 6 or 7 years by about, I think it's at least 3 to 4% over and above what's been allowed for through the rate peg. Mm-hmm. So that has outstripped. Now, when a cost increases at a percentage greater than the rate peg, that has to come from somewhere. Infrastructure budgets are generally the largest budgets that council will have in their, or largest line item a council will have in their budget. And so it's, again, generally...
Hope so, anyway.
You would hope so. Generally, that's where it comes from, because it's got the most capacity to absorb those kind of cuts. But it is a case of a death by 1,000 cuts, where year on year we're seeing these budgets, in all the organisations that I've worked for, until that point where they hit a trigger to require an SRV or some such. We see that continue to reduce.
So my final question is do you think that part of the issue is that councils have lost focus of their core business, and that perhaps a redefining of the council role to the roads, rates, rubbish, which is the traditional view of what councils were doing, would assist in the delivery of at least the infrastructure part for councils?
What I would say is the councils, and this is a saying that we have within our industries, that we're the level of government of last resort. And so where either the federal or the state government have either dropped the ball, made a deliberate withdrawal from an area, or haven't yet identified an issue, it's often councils which are left to pick it up and provide it the service. Similarly with services provided by private sectors or the private sector, when that becomes uneconomical, and childcare is a classic. We're out in the bush. Until recent years, it hasn't been that economical to provide childcare. Communities look to their council to provide that. I am not in a position to say whether that's right or wrong. I think that, and I come back to the point about a community having that self-determination through the integrated planning and reporting framework. What I would contest is that something like infrastructure should be excluded from, we'll call it rate peg, and that what is then left is allowed for a community to say, okay, we value this service over this service, and start to make those trade-offs. Unfortunately, when you start trading off a service such as, a library or an environmental health service or something like that against infrastructure, the impacts of funding cuts to infrastructure often aren't borne for many, many years. And as Mr. Devitt alluded to, the pothole crisis last year had its roots in decades of underspend. The seeds of that issue were sown, before I went into uni.
Yep. And the Riverina diplomacy is on display.
Thank you. I have a couple more questions which I might ask now if there's nothing more from Dr. Conn. Did you have anything? No? Okay. In terms of councils and their current approach, can councils better share technology or best practice to be more efficient and get better value for spend? Is that an option?
Yeah, no, certainly, and that's a big part of what our organisation, what the Institute works towards, is sharing best practice across organisations and looking for ways that councils can work more efficiently. I would call a pertinent example that we're working with at the moment, which is a project called Asset AI, which we're working with Transport for New South Wales on, which is about passive data collection of road defects that are on the network through using vehicles that are already out there, such as garbage trucks or school buses and things like that. So the thought there being that if you can get those efficiency gains, work smarter, not harder, but that also leads to a much more proactive approach to road maintenance activities. And so councils have that full picture of where the defects are, they can intervene earlier and prevent that longer term deterioration and the need for a more expensive intervention. So that's an example of where we think there is some work that councils can do.
And would you say there's a huge gap between, the best performing councils and others?
Look, there's 128 councils in the state, and so there's a range there. It's probably not as great as people sometimes make out, would be my impression. I think there's probably work that can be done across the board to uplift capacity in local government. But yeah, there is obviously a range of context given the funding and the size of all the councils across the state.
If I might add to that, and from my own experience, having worked in both regional New South Wales and metropolitan New South Wales councils, there has been I've observed a distinct benefit from the close work that councils in regional New South Wales have with the organisations and agencies such as Transport for New South Wales, and that has led to quite a marked, almost by osmosis, lift in capacity. And it would probably be counterintuitive to think that a lot of regional councils in New South Wales, in terms of on the ground understanding of the those kind of really basic fundamental engineering principles of managing a road network, are often on par, if not ahead of, some metropolitan councils. And that's simply because they're exposed to state agencies such as Transport for New South Wales through arrangements such as the Road Maintenance Council contract, which is where councils perform maintenance and works on the state highway network on behalf of Transport for New South Wales. So, that close partnership, which is very, very common in regional New South Wales, is certainly, I think, a tangible example of where there is a significant benefit to communities and that uplifting capability because of those partnerships.
I'll just finish with a final question, just noting the time. In terms of, we talked earlier about grants, how much, if the council-owned infrastructure is funded by rates and how much is funded by grants, and is the current, is that effective and appropriate at the moment? Or maybe efficient and appropriate is a better word.
I don't think you would be able to easily quantify that. We have seen, and I think particularly over the last 3 years with natural disasters, the ratio of what's called own source income, that is income generated by rates, user fees and charges and so forth, in terms of the overall income of a council, often reduced markedly, as we've seen significant grant funding come through for disaster reconstruction and so forth. I'm not aware of any council that identifies what infrastructure assets are funded by grants and what are funded by general revenue. It all comes into the mix, and that proportion changes from year to year quite considerably.
Yep. Thank you. No other questions? Look, thank you so much to you both for making the time to appear today and for giving evidence to our inquiry. The Secretariat will be in touch if there are any questions on notice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
to our next witness for appearing today. Welcome. If I could get you to please state your name and position title and then swear either the oath or the affirmation.
Yeah, thank you. My name's Aaron Sellers. I'm the Principal Project Officer at Sydney Coastal Councils Group. My affirmation: I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And would you like to start by making a short opening statement?
Sure, thank you. So firstly, I'd just like to thank you for the invitation for Sydney Coastal Councils Group to appear before the committee today. We're a regional organisation of councils established in 1989. We represent the interests of 9 member councils related to issues around the coast and estuaries. Our written submission was really directed towards non-rate sources of income, such as grants and levies, rather than rate pegging. We've initially noted in our submission that we believe that councils don't have a full understanding of the amount of what we call green infrastructure that's required to be installed to meet community expectations for clean and healthy waterways around Sydney. And initial evidence suggests that the life cycle cost for this type of infrastructure will be in the order of millions of dollars per year. We argue that funding for green infrastructure is unfortunately inadequate, partly because of rate pegging, but also because of charges like the Stormwater Management Service Charge, which hasn't been increased since its introduction 18 years ago. We also highlight some of the limitations of existing grant programs that councils have come to rely on for planning for coastal stormwater and waste management, and we believe the grant programs aren't as well designed as they could be for regional multi-council approaches that the Sydney Coastal Councils Group promotes. We note the cost shifting is still continuing to occur, and the New South Wales Beach Watch program being a recent example of that. And finally, we note the implications of climate change and coastal inundation, and we believe in the absence of any what we're calling a coastal adaptation planning framework, that councils are probably not as prepared as they should be for the issues associated with coastal inundation. Happy to answer any questions that the committee might have.
Thank you so much. We'll now move to questions. Questions from Dr. Amanda Conn. Thanks.
Thanks so much for coming and for your written submission. My first question is about one of the comments you made about grants in the submission, and particularly commenting that in many instances multi-council organisations aren't eligible for grants, and that's to do with the way that organisations can be designated as ROCs or not. What do you see as the benefits for communities of self-identified groupings of councils actually being eligible to apply for funding together?
There's a lot of benefits for regional groupings of councils. Like, it's very difficult for councils, particularly in Sydney, which are smaller than the regional councils, to do the type of projects that we do by themselves. The projects, we believe there's more benefits in coming together as a group to work on projects. The classic example that we've given in our letter is the coastal management programs, which are often done on a waterway and catchment basis. Sydney Harbour, Georges River, Cooks River. No one council can do that by themselves. It needs a group of councils, and that makes the coastal management program project much more viable, represents the interests of the communities within the catchment as well, and councils can also leverage a lot more from the grant funding when they come together.
Thank you. It's a great example.
Yep.
You mentioned cost shifting as well, and of course I think every submission we've received talks about cost shifting. You've named this particular example of the Beach Watch program. Could you elaborate further on that and what's happening to the community as a result of that cost shifting?
Yeah, sure. So we believe it's a decision by the current government to pass the cost of the Beach Watch program on to coastal councils. We believe that it was based on a report that was done by the previous government, although councils weren't consulted at the time that report was done, and we have asked for a copy of that report. We've written a submission to the Minister, and the Minister has kindly extended the consultation period for us, and we're about to write back to the Minister and welcoming that opportunity.
Thank you. I also wanted to pick up from your written submission the comments you've made about the waste levy, and I know that that's something that the Minister for the Environment is going to be reviewing as part of the circular economy strategy, and that's due by the end of next year. You've suggested that that could be changed to provide more flexibility for councils in the way they're managing waste. Could you provide a bit more detail or some examples of that?
Yeah, sure. It's really around, well, this is probably more the experience of one of my colleagues, but my understanding is the waste levy can't be used for litter prevention activities, and groups like ourselves, Sydney Coastal Councils, we put a lot of effort into litter prevention rather than managing the litter once it's occurred. And unfortunately, it's our understanding that the waste levy and the domestic waste management charge can't be used for litter prevention activities, and we have requested that the government maybe, or IPART, look at that. And I think we also go on to the submission to say that under the New South Wales Litter Prevention Grants Program, there's a big push for the EPA to get councils to look at other sources of funding rather than that litter prevention grants program. So we said in our submission it's kind of unclear where that money might come from, hence it would be great if that could be, if the domestic waste management service charge or the waste levy could be looked at as a source of income.
One more, if that's okay.
Go for it, yeah.
You've already mentioned the importance of green infrastructure and the challenges that your councils are having to fund that. We heard earlier today from IPART, and one of the comments that they made in their submission was about some councils introducing a local levy for environmental purposes. I think their example from memory was Randwick Council, and IPART has referred to that sort of spending as discretionary. I'm interested in your view on the role of that sort of green infrastructure in those areas, and whether that is actually essential infrastructure or discretionary infrastructure.
We'd argue it's essential. We say green infrastructure is just as important as what we call grey infrastructure, which is our roads, our stormwater drainage network. The green infrastructure is really it's essentially the life support system for the city. So it's looking at your parks, your waterways, your green open spaces, but also your built green infrastructure, which we've identified in the submission as say, for example, stormwater quality improvement devices. We would say that that's essential infrastructure to meet the community expectations for a clean and healthy waterway, clean and healthy environment. In terms of, so we'd argue that income, we wouldn't say that's discretionary, we'd say that would be essential for any council and its community.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. I might start with some questions now. If I could just ask you about rate pegging. How does rate pegging affect the management and preservation of coastal and waterway infrastructure?
I'd probably preface my answer by saying that in our submission, we obviously haven't focused a lot on rate pegging, so it's probably a little bit outside of my expertise there. But as a general statement, I would say that obviously council's financial situation is constrained, so it will obviously limit the amount that it needs to be able to spend on coastal and estuarine management. And I'd also suggest that as council progresses through the coastal management program process, there will be a lot of actions that will be identified in those programs that will require funding, and I think councils are going to be grappling with where is that funding going to come from? Is it going to be rates, levies, grants?
So, and I'll ask you about one of those levies now. So the stormwater levy, is that sufficient? And what changes are necessary to it if it isn't?
No, it's not sufficient. We're finding, based on a survey of our councils, we're finding that most of our councils are spending the money purely on addressing their existing stormwater infrastructure, their grey infrastructure. So looking at what's called renewals or maintenance, renewals and upgrades of their existing infrastructure. There's less left over for spending on new green infrastructure, essentially. And what we're arguing for is for the state government to look at increasing that stormwater levy, at least in line with inflation. But we've also identified that it should achieve some measure of equity with Sydney Water's service charge, for example.
And so tell me about why that infrastructure is needed, that you referred to. There's not enough money left over for that green, upgrades.
Well, I believe, again, as I pointed out in the submission, where community expectations have increased over many decades and they're rising steadily, and we've given the example of an increased community desire to swim in our waterways. And, to the government's credit there and through Sydney Water, they're definitely promoting that, which is a great thing. But to be able to do that and do that safely, we need to be retrofitting a lot more green infrastructure in our catchments to improve the water quality for swimmability.
And how does the current stormwater levy calculated, and is it indexed with inflation?
So it's based on, it's $25 per household, and that rate was set in 2006. It has not increased since that time. And there is no mechanism at the moment to be able to increase that. And one of the things we've suggested, not in this submission, but previously, that maybe that's something that the New South Wales government could put to IPART to look at that. If it were to be of increase by inflation, it would be about $39 per household today. But I'd also point out too that it represents only a few percent of the rates income that the council receives. So it's not a big impost on a community. It's about 50 cents a week.
Right, okay, interesting. Hasn't shifted in 18 years?
No, and we've made, well, not just us, but other organisations have made numerous representations to governments over the years saying it really needs to be looked at.
Yeah, interesting, thank you. What innovative funding models could also support more sustainable coastal management in the face of these financial constraints that we talked about for councils?
There are different models out there. I'd probably be, it's certainly not a position of Sydney Coastal Council's group, but for myself personally, I've done some work in what we call market-based instruments, and they would be incentive schemes for private property owners to install green infrastructure on private properties. So at the moment, there's a few mechanisms that you can have to install green infrastructure. One is council pays or government pays for it in the public domain. You can also have it installed during the development process when a private property is undergoing redevelopment. But another way to do it, and this is one of the more innovative ways, is to encourage private property owners, incentivise them either through some financial incentive or planning incentive to install green infrastructure on their land.
Can you tell us more about the specific challenges that coastal councils face when compared to their non-coastal council counterparts?
Probably some of the biggest challenges is just managing the coast as an asset. Obviously, the coast is a dynamic space. It's subject to multiple hazards. Probably the big two would be erosion and also future inundation. Our open coast councils, particularly Northern Beaches Council, they've got a lot of coastline and they've got significant problems, which I assume the committee is aware of at Collaroy Narrabeen, for instance. But also our estuarine councils that are subject to coastal inundation, which is predicted to increase over the years. And I'd point out that that hazard, coastal inundation, will far surpass the risk from, say, floods and bushfires. And that's pointed out in the recent New South Wales Government State Disaster Mitigation Plan. So there's huge financial implications for those estuarine councils.
Yeah, right, thank you. I'll hand over to the Honourable Westphane now for questions.
Thank you, and apologies I had to back up briefly, but I'm hoping that no one's asked this question. In relation to, I guess, the coastal council group versus a more inland, rural, regional setting type council group, do you believe that there is a difference in the cost burden between those councils? Do you believe that there's an impost because of, I guess, the coastal location, having to deal with often, the interaction with water, the issues around inundations and freak weather events where you might see erosion and the like. Does that does that create a cost that's not then, I guess, ameliorated by other means that you're then not able to claw back that costing through things like grants and funds and the like from either state or federal government?
I would say broadly coastal councils would have a greater cost burden than non-coastal councils, but unfortunately I don't have the evidence to support that. I'd probably have to take that on notice and look and to have that confirmed. But probably to reiterate my last point, I would say that those councils, because of the coastal hazards they're facing, that is a huge cost burden. And again, yes, I think financially it's going to be difficult for councils because again, taking Northern Beaches Council and the coastal protection infrastructure that they need to be building, that's many millions of dollars worth of infrastructure. A lot of that is falling to private property owners at the moment. Yeah, I'm not sure if I can probably add more to that.
Because I guess then I was going to extrapolate that further and suggest that that perhaps that, you know, and I don't know the answer. I guess that's why I'm asking the question. But if we surmise that coastal councils might have a larger cost burden because of their location, you perhaps could extrapolate that further and say that the regional coastal councils would then have, I guess, a larger cost burden because predominantly they might have more exposure to like coastal, like a greater coastal frontage. They might have a less of a rateable base. So yeah, I'm interested to sort of see if there is any work done in relation to that and how they manage those differences.
So were you talking about councils outside of Sydney?
Yes. So you've got obviously Sydney coastal councils would have a very dense population, and I imagine a very small exposure in relation to their sea frontage, or you know the estuarine or river input into their land. Coastal regional councils would probably have a larger ocean frontage, larger costs in relation to those property protection issues such as erosion and the like. And so I was curious to see if any work has been done in relation to that, particularly around the infrastructure component of costs to council.
Yeah, it's an interesting question. I'm not aware of that work, though I would suggest that I would probably go to the Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water.
No, they're too busy shooting brumbies, so they're like
okay. I would, because they've got a good overview of the coastal management programs that councils are doing, and we've had presentations from DQ staff previously where they've looked at the costs that are represented in those CMPs, and obviously there's millions of dollars worth of actions, but I think it would be interesting to compare the CMPs done for regional councils to look at what they're up for compared to us here in Sydney.
Yes, something we might have to look at. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Just looking at whether Dr. Amanda Conn has any further questions, or the Honourable Emma Hurst, who may be online, whether she's got any questions.
I'll ask Mr. Farlow, who's probably still coughing up a lung. Sorry, some of our members are
some of our witnesses members are online. Yeah,
sure.
She's not okay.
No,
because I'm done with my questions. If you.
No, Scott's okay.
Yep.
So I'm good.
Okay, beautiful. I'm happy to finish up earlier. Yep, great.
Before we finish up earlier,
Yes.
I'm happy to just ask the general question of, is there anything that you were hoping to raise that the committee hasn't asked you
Go
about?
for it, yep. Please do.
Probably the take-home point I'd make would be around the stormwater levy.
Yes.
Yes, that I'd really like to emphasise that, and there has been other, well, hopefully I know there's been at least one other submission from Stormwater New South Wales about the stormwater levy. So that is long overdue in our opinion to be addressed. So we'd be, if the committee's of the mind to make a recommendation to government about that, we'd very much appreciate that.
Yeah. Have you done any work or have any appreciation for what the impact has been on not doing or not having indexed it at all?
That's a body of work that we're as a collective that we're looking to do in the coming months. There's going to be further work about that we would like to present to the government to look at the implications. And certainly there's been work that the government itself has commissioned, which we've referred to in the submission, about the financial implications of the stormwater levy.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, there being nothing further, we'll conclude. Thank you so much for making the time to give evidence. It's a really important perspective. So we thank you for that. The Secretariat will contact you in relation to any questions on notice also. Thank you. We're now going to have a short lunch break. Or a longer lunch break, as it were.
It was
Game facer.
Thank you. Welcome to our next witnesses. If I can get you to state your name and position title and either swear the oath or the affirmation, starting from my left.
Okay, my name's Mr. Gordon Michael Brock. I'm the Director of the Local Government Engineers Association, which is a division of Professionals Australia. And I'll cite the affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. My name is Alicia Vasilangos and I am a Principal Industrial Officer employed by Professionals Australia, working almost solely with our members in Local Government Engineers Association. And I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And would either of you like to start by making a short opening statement?
Yes, thank you, Chair. And can I firstly thank the committee for allowing us to appear today, or inviting us to appear today. Acknowledge that there was some confusion around our submission to this inquiry, and I just wanted to confirm that we commissioned some research together with the United Services Union by Professor Brian Dollery. And that was to respond to the committee's terms of reference. I believe that's submission number 22 to the committee, to the inquiry, and also provided a short supplementary submission, just focusing on some perhaps matters that we believe are relevant and perhaps consequential of the funding situation in local governments, which I think members of the committee have a copy of. And what I wanted to just quickly do is just outline I guess two aspects to that. There are two key aspects to our submission. We titled it the Infrastructure Challenge, and we say that the two key issues facing local governments in New South Wales that hinder our ability to deliver and maintain infrastructure for their communities is both a funding issue and also a capacity issue. And we do make the point through our submission that those two kind of go hand in glove, because without resolving the capacity issue, even if you provide greater funds to the sector, you'll find that those funds aren't invested in an optimal way. If you fix the capacity side of things, then we say that'll bring efficiencies, but without additional funding, the infrastructure backlog will continue to grow. So that's the two, kind of the connection between the two. With funding, Chair, we're content to rely upon the material contained in the Dollery report, except what we have done is just grab some statistics from the Your Council website, which is a state government managed website, which talks to the, I guess, the asset base of local government. So the asset base in local government there is, we identify as 198 billion in New South Wales, and the largest component of that at 176.3 billion is your infrastructure assets. So the infrastructure problem is actually a local government problem. You can't fix local government funding without dealing with that infrastructure issue. And I'll hand over to Ms. Vasilangos shortly, because what we then go on to do is talk about capacity, and we've titled that Engineering Technical Expertise. And there's a couple of new pieces of research in that which we've provided the committee that don't appear in the Dollery report. So the first one is in relation to some statistics that we've gained from the Australian Local Government Association's 2022 Local Government Workforce Skill and Capability Survey. So that's a matter that and there's a breakdown of New South Wales data. And then some internal research that we've done where we've surveyed our members. And I might, if the committee's comfortable, hand over to Ms. Vasilangos to explore that.
Thank you. So our research indicates that the capacity problem is significant in terms of engineering expertise within the industry, and worryingly it's growing, arguably potentially about to get a lot worse. So the Australian Local Government Association's 2022 Local Government Workforce Skills and Capability Survey indicated that 60% of councils responding to that survey indicated that they were experiencing acute skill shortages of attracting engineers specifically. And even more concerning was the admission that 33% of respondents to that survey had to resort to the hiring of lesser qualified employees to fill vacancies because of the difficulty to attract
suitably qualified professionals. And there's numerous pieces of research that indicate that if you've got not properly qualified engineers or not qualified engineers working on infrastructure projects, that's what leads to significant amounts of waste and cost blowouts. We also undertake our own research of our membership and extended workforce every 2 years, so a biennial survey that we've been doing since 2008, where we survey on employment conditions based on employees' years of service, qualifications, and when we conducted this survey in 2022, we asked employees how much longer they saw themselves working within the industry, and worryingly, almost half of our respondents indicated an intention to leave the industry within the next 5 years. So we have a situation currently where 60% of the industry is saying we can't find engineers, and 33% of those are saying we're hiring people who aren't engineers just to fill the gaps. And then we're hearing from our members that half of the existing workforce is intending to leave the industry within the next 5 years. Anecdotally, when we visit our members at councils, we've heard stories of councils with up to 40% vacancies in their engineering workforce, which is extraordinarily problematic when we're talking about an infrastructure backlog of $5 billion. If we don't have the engineers to do this work, we're not going to fix the funding issues and the financial sustainability of the industry.
And I guess finally for us, there's on the last page of our little supplementary submission, there's an interesting chart which talks about the response of councils to this problem. And you would imagine if there's a skill shortage, you'd throw money at it. You'd come up to speed with the rates of pay that are required to attract these people and make sure that you've got those positions filled, but that's not what we're seeing. And the reason we're not seeing that is because of the funding issue. There's not the capacity to resolve that problem in this way, given the funding constraints as evidenced and outlined in the Dollary report. So for us, there's a real connection, a real circular. You have to fix all of those issues if you're going to respond, we say, effectively to the problem. So we might leave it there, but happy obviously to take questions.
Thanks so much. Happy to hand over now to my colleagues, Dr. Amanda Conn, for questions. Thanks.
I'm interested if you've had any conversations with your counterparts in other states, particularly acknowledging the sort of cycle that you've described where not being able to recruit and retain staff means the financial problems are getting worse because of waste and cost blowouts, which means that they can't then offer the salary you need to recruit and retain staff. Are there any solutions that have worked in other jurisdictions that we should be looking to?
Look, from our membership, and we chart where members, if they're members of our organisation, local government engineers, and they go and work in another industry, they can remain members of our organisation, but they fall under the Professionals Australia membership category. So we're able to see where members go once they leave local government. And they go often to state government. They go to work with RMS, they work in, obviously, public works and those sorts of organisations. They might go to the state-owned corporations, they might go to Sydney Water, they might go to Hun Water, because as committee members would be aware, outside of the metropolitan areas, water's maintained and managed by local councils. So there's a consistency in their skill sets. From there, they might go to private enterprise. But I tell you what we don't see. We don't see anybody coming from those other areas to work in local government, because we're just not competitive in that space. If you look at rates of pay that we survey and the results of our surveys more broadly in other industries, local councils for our members, same qualifications, experience, keeping all those things consistent, are about 15% less than the other industries where our members work. So there is a differential there. But I think the other thing that we've noticed, and it's described in Professor Dollary's report as a shifting in funding within the industry from and I will get this right because I thought it was a very useful way of describing it, from services to property to services to people. So what that means is that the expenditure in the industry is moving away from expenditure on assets to an expenditure and other services that are provided by the councils, and there's a whole bunch of reasons as to why that might be, with additional responsibilities within the sector. So there's just not the capacity to fix it within the sector as it currently stands.
And I also wanted to ask, if I may, Chair, earlier today we heard from your colleagues at the Institute of Public Works Engineering, and they were talking about sort of volatile funding, whether that's through one-off or short-term grants or special rate variations. They were talking about that volatility of funding actually being really counterproductive for asset maintenance. I was interested in your views on this.
And handle it? Oh, I'm happy to handle it. So yeah, that's right, because and we say in our supplementary survey that on our third page there that, look, engineers are vital in developing those programs to maintain assets. But what happens is that they take the money where they can with the funding, and so they're shifting focus and resources, the resources they have, onto the infrastructure construction program, but then they're left with an additional asset that they've got to maintain. So it's an ongoing perpetual cycle of cost, and if you don't have the resources to manage and maintain, then the maintenance obviously the standards get dropped.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you hypothetically had the same quantum of funding, and I know lots of councils want more funding, I'll ignore that, but hypothetically, if you had the same quantum but distributed smoothly, that it was something that was predictable for councils in advance, that they knew exactly how much they'd have to
spend. The key is the long-term infrastructure plans.
Yeah.
So you can dedicate enough to construction, you can dedicate enough to maintenance.
Thanks.
If I can add to that, predictable, known funding would also assist with the creation of positions, because what we find is when you have grant funding and there's allocations for a particular project, it leads to short-term contracts which are not particularly attractive, especially if they're on the local government salaries that they're on, and so it doesn't do anything to address the issues plaguing the industry with the attraction and retention of suitably qualified professionals.
Thanks.
Thanks. Do you have questions? I'm happy to go next if you want.
Oh, you go, and then I'll...
Sure. Thanks. Thank you so much for appearing today and giving evidence. I just wanted to ask you, in terms of the infrastructure that you were talking about, infrastructure backlogs, and what role you saw the rate peg as having in that, in terms of making infrastructure more expensive or the backlog worse here in New South Wales.
Well, the best response to that is to sort of refer to some of the material in the Dollar report, and there's a number of points made that some of the factors that are included in the rate peg, when we've got particular expertise and knowledge around the factors with the wage cost index, if you like, and the suitability of that, and we certainly agree with the comments of Professor Dollar in relation to supplementing that or replacing that with something that we do know, which is the local government state award wage changes. But also there's evidence in the submission around the impacts of depopulation actually creating additional cost for councils, because it's not just the change in population, it's the density, it's the fact that whilst we might have a population that's growing, it's not growing uniformly, and but the asset base in council areas isn't shrinking. So the rate cap has a number of changes which impacting negatively on funding for things like infrastructure because of the failings behind some of the criteria that go into the PEG.
And if we can talk about grants, so specific grant funding now and the role that that's had with infrastructure projects, what impact has that, the grant program sort of funding had in terms of the life cycle cost of some of our infrastructure that we're looking at?
Well, I take the comments that we made to the Deputy Chair in relation to some of that. So it does provide that volatility is an issue. So we want to see the funding level increased, but it's the way in which it's paid, I think, and the consistency with which we like to see it paid, which allows that sort of, that capacity planning and resource allocation.
So I guess looking at ways to make it more efficient and appropriate, you would then say that having more consistency and reliability in the funding would be a much better option.
That's right, and we are the Local Government Engineers Association, so you would expect us to have a view around the involvement of technical skills and the involvement of engineering people in that decision-making process. Because what we've found is that some councils just don't have that expertise in-house. So they waste some money. They're not an informed purchaser of infrastructure services. They're not able to scope projects adequately, and they're not able to, I guess, recognise whether they're getting provided what they've asked for and what they've paid for. So there's a kind of there's a waste, as Ms Vasilangos mentioned. There's a waste that arises and cost blowouts that arise.
We heard evidence earlier this morning about the change in the Local Government Act in, I think, 1993, and the removal of the role of the principal engineer or chief engineer.
Chief engineer.
What impact do you think that has had on the role of engineers in council?
It's had a huge impact, because at the moment in New South Wales, let alone local government, you don't have to be qualified to call yourself an engineer. There is no requirement to be registered, and that's another piece of work that we're keen to talk to you about. We have spoken to a committee about it previously, and so once you remove the requirement to have people at the senior decision-making table with particular skills, then you remove an input that's necessary for things like decisions around infrastructure. I mean, councils, as we said, by and large are infrastructure organisations, and if they don't have the skills to manage the construction and maintenance of infrastructure, then they're letting their communities down and the ratepayers.
And how difficult is it, when we're looking at engineers, how difficult is it for local government to attract and retain engineers at the moment?
It's incredibly difficult, and as we pointed out, it's kind of twofold. We're struggling to attract. There's vacancies. I mean, we were talking earlier, and there's councils with vacancy rates in their engineering department of about 40% at the moment. It's the worst that certainly we've seen it for a long, long time, and then if you look at the material in our supplementary submission, of those that are actually attracted, half of them intend to leave. They're not intending to. I mean, some of them are retiring, of course, because it's an ageing workforce, but they're not all intending to leave engineering. They're just not going to work as an engineer in local government, and that's the group of people we think are savable, but not under the present arrangements.
So is there a need, do you think, also to create new opportunities for young engineers to get into councils? Whether it's through apprenticeships or traineeships?
Cadets, we call them cadet engineers, and
Yep.
they absolutely. It's and look, you know, we're working with the Transport in New South Wales, for example, on a cadet and graduate program. So good work is happening elsewhere in this state, regionally and metro areas, to build cadetship programs and build almost, they're called grow your own programs, and develop those people. And if local government doesn't have funding for those sorts of roles, then they're even going to be further behind, because we've already given evidence that engineers working in the public sector earn more on average than engineers working in local government. So it's an urgent problem that needs resolution.
So what would that look like? You talked about working with Transport for New South Wales. Would that look like working with OLG? And then how would that occur, and what barriers are there to that currently happening? Just thinking of, there's 128 councils, so you probably can't be working individually with each council. So we're looking at how
there'd be ideally there'd be an injection of funds into the sector, and we would set up. What we've set up at Transport for New South Wales is what we call an Engineer Matters Reference Group. And the Secretary of Transport sits on that, and the Minister attends the meetings from time to time as well. And the idea there is to identify the skill needs and the capacity needs, and then put in place programs, not just metro but regionally, to ensure that they're developing their own. And I would think that a similar arrangement could be put in place with local government. I mean, I think it's well known, and Parliament certainly has dealt with this this week, and we thank Parliament for approving the amendments to the Local Government Act, that the industry parties are very close. We work collaboratively. We don't always agree, but we do work positively and collaboratively, And we have an employment matters reference group that's with OLG, and we put in place these industry building arrangements. So I'm confident that we could do something for that, something like that for cadets.
Awesome. In terms of contracting out project management and delivery, are councils spending too much money on that currently?
Well,
would you say?
The simple answer is yes. And what happens often, and this is anecdotal, but we talk to members about these matters, is that they're unable to provide or attract and retain sufficient numbers of engineers. So they're in a position where they have to contract out services. They tend to pay 2 or 3 times the hourly rate for those contractors that they've contracted out to. And often, with these bigger organisations, the level of the staff that they put on the projects is much less senior than what you would have had if you had additional resources in the council. So side by side, we've got design engineers or construction engineers working with people from the private sector on projects that could have been, not every project can be delivered in-house by local government. We're not saying that, but some projects can be. And those people would be earning 2 or 3 times the amount of money that the in-house engineer is. And it's that kind of CapEx versus OpEx bucket strategy. And if it comes out of the capital expenditure bucket, then it seems fair game, but it can't come out of the operational expenditure budget because it'd be seen as beyond budget. So it's a nonsense, and it's been one of the real problems that we've seen emerge over the last 10 to 15 years.
And is this, do you think this is also related to, we talked earlier about the market rates for engineers and local government not being as competitive? Is how much of that is an issue as well in terms of attracting that talent and being able to do these projects in-house?
Well, it's significant. So, as my colleague has identified, our research indicates that local government salaries are approximately 15% lower than all comparable engineering salaries across Sydney, regional New South Wales, and even Australia. In fact, even the Australian local government salary data that we have for engineers is significantly higher average salaries than those in New South Wales local government. So the industry really can't compete on pay. And perhaps years ago, they used to be able to compete on conditions, but because we are seeing such high vacancy rates, what we're seeing is workload intensification that we've never seen before. And if we look at the data in our research for the reasons where people are looking to leave, workload issues is a significant factor. And our research also indicates that concerns exist within our membership at a rate that we've not seen before when we do these surveys every 2 years, where the overwhelming evidence and feedback from our membership is that they feel that the councils are not filling vacancies in a timely manner, that there's not enough professionals employed in their area, and their workload issues are exponential. So if we can't compete on salary and we can't compete on conditions, we're in a really big bind.
Yeah, that's really interesting, because we heard earlier from Institute of Public Works that local government, one of the things that it was more attractive was the conditions. And whilst the salary might not have been as competitive, the conditions, so, what you're sort of now saying about workload implications, well, that's, adds another layer onto that.
Yes, certainly. I mean, the conditions within the local government state award we're very proud of.
Yes.
But the difficulty is if we're completely under-resourced in our engineering departments, then it's sort of, if work doesn't get done, then people get performance managed, and it's problematic.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Just hand to the Honourable Wes Fang now for questions.
Thank you. This morning we heard from my part that there are some structural issues potentially in the way that rates are calculated, and that in order to avoid bill shock, we might need to take a longer term view of the way that we approach that issue. It sounds to me as if we might need to do something similar in relation to the provision of engineering services within local government. Would that be a reasonable prospect to start, I guess, this line of questioning?
Yeah, well, if it goes to consistency and predictability about funding, I'd agree with that.
So, I guess
before I get to the question of funding, I'm going to go more to workforce. And I think you indicated that certainly even if there was an abundance of funds, that securing the appropriate workforce would be challenging in any case. So that aspect isn't so much a question of funding, it's a question of time, because it takes time to produce somebody who can do the specific tasks that councils require of them. What mechanisms do you think can be employed to ensure that a workforce exists into the future so that local government can continue to provide services? And putting that to the side and putting another layer over it, is it the case that an outsourced service might ultimately be required, as in things such as roads might not be done in-house, they might be done through third-party contractors, etc. Are they really the two things that we might be faced with here?
So if I can answer, so the first question is, well, the solution is to make sure, from our perspective, to make sure that local councils are informed purchasers and providers of of infrastructure services. So there's going to be, if you're building a large bridge that is not something that you would ordinarily do, then you're going to have to engage external providers to assist in the construction and possibly the design of that bridge. But then there's maintenance work and routine work, and we believe that it's important that the industry builds its capacity to deliver that in-house. And the way in which you would do that from an engineering perspective is to make sure that you've got that engineering capacity to expend or spend any of the funds allocated to maintenance in the best possible way. Mm-hmm. And the first solution, I mean, I know what you're getting at in terms of timing, but the first thing that the government could do, or Parliament could do in our view, is require that organisations that provide infrastructure services or engineering services actually employ qualified engineers. And that gets back to the engineer registration piece that we spoke about. Queensland does, ACT does, Victoria does, South Australia's in the process of doing it. We're talking to WA. Because what that then does is it means that to each council, instead of making decisions around continuing to allocate funds away from that services to property piece that is explained in the Dollery report, they actually have to employ, it's getting back to having chief engineers and people in the organisation that can manage that work. And if they're in place and the council's got the capacity to manage this funding efficiently, you'll save money. Okay, so there's solutions to it, and they're not solutions that are unknown.
But wouldn't a solution such as that require a lead-in time frame? Because ultimately, a restrictive covenant that says you must employ a qualified engineer may work in some metropolitan councils, but ultimately there may be, and you've already referenced it, the lack of appropriately skilled workforce to be able to hire that's labour in, and so ultimately what you're doing is effectively delaying or stalling projects to at the cost of the community.
The workers are there. They're choosing not to work in local government. They're not, in some cases, they're not being encouraged to work in local government because councils don't see it as a priority. When the Engineer Registration Act was introduced into Victoria, the lead-in time for civil engineers was about 12 months. So the Act was assented to, and then the requirement to have registered engineers as described by that Act was 12 months. Other disciplines followed. electrical engineering I think was next, but from local government's perspective, it's mostly structural, civil and geotech engineers. There are other models. I mean, we've spoken to the Institute of Public Works Engineers Australia about this. They're strong supporters of this legislation as well, as I'm sure they've told you, or they will tell you. And so maybe there's an opportunity for some of the regional councils to find solutions about sharing a professional registered engineer.
Yep.
But I go back to earlier comments. I mean, if you're in the business of building, constructing and maintaining, pools, roads, footpaths, a whole host of community infrastructure, you can't afford not to have these people. It's as simple as that. So I would say this to the committee: it's not a matter of us requiring or putting hurdles into this area to delay things. It's about saying there's an urgency which the industry is not currently recognising. It needs to get on and do it quickly, because the risk to the public and the potential for waste of money is just too high.
And have you raised this issue with the Minister? Minister Honig, has he...
I've been raising this issue since 2000, and I can't remember. I've been raising this issue for a long time. So we've raised this issue with the Minister for Better Regulation. We've raised this issue with the Transport Minister. We've raised this issue with local government ministers of several types.
You would suggest, though, that where, I guess, you've raised it with Transport Minister, you've raised it with Better Regulation Minister, etc. The Minister for Local Government, I guess, ultimately would through the Office of Local Government, would set the parameters in relation to this, or is it?
Well, we've raised it with the Premier. I mean, the simple fact is this: that the previous government decided to require registered engineers only in the building industry in response to some political problems that were at the time with Mascot Towers and Opal Towers. But you've got to make the point that it's just as important, if not more important, to have qualified people working on roads, on electricity systems, on transport systems, on bridges, etc., as it is to build apartment buildings. And so we see this as a whole of government, and it's not just going to be confined to local government. It has to be a whole of government issue.
So, a doctor or a surgeon, they become a member of a college, and that's how they, I guess, receive their accreditation.
There's different ways.
Yeah. So I'm now going down to the weeds of, you've got qualifications, and you want to be a qualified engineer for local government work. What would that look like?
So it looked like the assessment scheme that applies in Victoria and Queensland and elsewhere, you require what they call a Washington Accord recognised degree, so it has to come from a degree that's recognised as providing for engineering qualifications. So it's a 4-year degree minimum. But most importantly, and 5 years experience. Not everyone working as an engineer in local government will need to be registered, but you need to have registered engineers working in local government. That's how it works. If you're supervised by a registered engineer, you don't have to be registered yourself. The second part of it is that, so you've got qualifications experience. The third part, I should say, is a CPD program. And this is the kicker. This is the thing that matters. People need to maintain their skills. They need to be able to demonstrate that they've maintained their skills, and that's an audited process. And so in those other jurisdictions, that's how it works.
And what entity, I guess, oversees that? It would be a college in a medical sense.
It's in Queensland, and slight variation in Victoria, but in Queensland it's the Professional Engineers Board. And so assessment, they're assessing entities. So Engineers Australia is an assessment entity, so it does the quals assessment, it does the...
CPE.
It provides some CPD, IPWA provides CPD, etc. But the registering body is a government body, and it's set up as an independent board, and it does the registrations and takes action in relation to potential deregistration, because that's got to be an important part of the piece.
Yeah.
So it's different to maybe the Law Society. This is a regulator at a government level.
Okay.
And it's similar in Victoria. In New South Wales, in the building industry, it's Department of Fair Trading does that.
Yep. So would you propose that the Department of Fair Trading would, manage?
It could potentially do that. I mean, we've written submissions to the bill that was before the Parliament, and there was an inquiry, so all that work's been done. We have a preference for a board, an independent board, only because we think that then has sufficient resource and sufficient specificity in relation to engineering registration rather than being part of a broader regulator.
Mm-hmm.
And but I think the other thing that works well is a co-reg model. So entities, professional bodies do the assessment, and then the government does the regulation.
Fair. Interesting. Mr. Buttigieg, you're the union man. I'm sure you've got some questions.
We've got 1 minute left. If you've got any
Got 1
questions
minute.
now.
Come on.
Yep.
Well, I'll use the minute to just ask you, Gordon, Mr. Brock, I'm sorry, in a nutshell, can you just summarise what you're here for? Because I missed it.
Or if there's anything else that you wanted to add that you haven't already put on record.
I guess the thing that we wanted to say is that it's construction of new infrastructure, it's maintenance and ongoing maintenance of existing infrastructure, and funding for new infrastructure brings recurrent costs over a long period of time.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I remembered something that was pertinent from earlier evidence. So from a couple of the engineers that were on earlier, I asked what was the catalyst for the denuding of the engineering skills. Oh, you did you?
Yeah, the 1993 Act.
Yeah, that was interesting. Because originally the answer was, well, the private sector's too attractive because the money's better, but that would have been the case from time immemorial, I guess. But the other answer that then came out was that there was this advent of getting rid of the
requirement for the positions.
Yeah.
So there's no clear career path.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's,
so would that be something that
Absolutely.
you think we should recommend?
Absolutely. And then all we wanted to say is that you need to build capacity to be able to spend money more efficiently.
Yeah.
But just doing that's not enough. You have to have the funding model fixed as well, so that you've got the additional funds to deal with the infrastructure backlog.
Thank you so much for appearing today and for giving evidence. And the committee secretariat will be in touch if there's any questions on notice. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next witnesses to this inquiry. If each witness, starting from my left, could introduce themselves with their name and their position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation.
from your left, so it'd be my end. So,
Yep.
Stephen Hughes, I'm the Northern Manager of the USU, and I commenced in local government at Narrabri Council in 1984.
And if I could just get you to swear either the oath or
Oh,
the
sorry?
affirmation. Yep.
I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
My name's Daniel Paps. I'm the Industrial Manager for the United Services Union, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Madam Chair, Graham Kelly, Secretary of the United Services Union. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Brian Dollery. I'm a Emeritus Professor at the University of New England Centre for Local Government. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And would any of you like to start by making an opening statement? Thanks.
Yeah, I will, Madam Chair, thank you. I'm just going to make a statement before Professor Dollery appears before us, and Stephen and Daniel will give their own statements a little bit later on. But I just want to start by saying that I entered local government the very year that rate capping commenced in 1977, 47 years ago.
Same year I was born.
And the reason I raise it is that rate capping introduced then in New South Wales, with rate capping introduced in 2016 in Victoria, the only two states in this country that have rate capping. I ask you to think about this for a moment. If every year the rate cap in New South Wales was 3% below every other state in Australia, how much and how far are we behind? The infrastructure that we could have built with those funds, our desire to become a modern local government, I believe, would have been reached a long time ago. And it's not simply about rate capping, but rate capping is one of the most insidious, I believe, systems that curb councils' abilities to deliver the modern services that their communities want. And I have a certain cynicism about rate capping when you consider last year in 2023 when IPART gave a increase to Hunter Water and to Sydney Water of 7%, but capped every council in New South Wales's rates at 3.7%, and every council in the regions, other than the metropolitan area, actually run water as well. That says something about the industry, about IPART's methodology. Couple that with 4 years ago, they were alerted to the fact that they were using inferior rates of pay and industrial rates for their assessments. By that I mean they were applying the federal modern award rates of pay as their labour costs and not the New South Wales local government labour costs. It's those types of issues that have driven this union to pursue this inquiry, and at the same time a federal inquiry, standing inquiry into the financial sustainability of local government. You couple all of this with federal funding, and in 1996 federal funding under then Bob Hawke was 1% of GDP or total tax revenue. Currently today it sits at 0.2%. When you mould all of that together, local government is hemorrhaging and needs help. Now, going back to my early days at council, as I said, I started in 1977, 1st of March. And I distinctly remember the amount of apprentices. We had 140 apprentices. Local government doesn't employ very many apprentices today, and I hope the current government heeds that and does something about it.
Probably not.
But what I did see, by the time I left council 12 years later, our curb and guttering, our road paving, our drainage, our plant workshop and others were all done by contractors. Why? Because as early as 1990, the effects of rate capping from 1977 over a 13 year period had started to eat away at the fabric of the industry. And as I said, it's not simply about rate capping, but you couple that with all of the funding cuts, the industry is in a dire situation. So that's all I wanted to say to place that in your mind. And I'm going to let Brian, who is an industry specialist, and I might add, both sides of politics have used over the last 15 years when they've felt the need to have somebody who is expert in the field around local government. So thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The USU's submission to this committee consists, amongst other things, of this report, New South Wales Inquiry into the Ability of Local Governments to Fund Infrastructure and Services. This is the report I think you've all got a copy of.
Yes.
Plus, there's an addendum to that, there's a report that I prepared for the USU last year, I think, specifically on rate capping. And that report, I think, has quite considerable bearing on the deliberations of this committee because it examines fairly exhaustively international evidence on what they call tax limitations. The local colloquial expression is, of course, rate capping. It examines the impact of rate capping on Australian local government, including comparing New South Wales with unrate capped states and then New South Wales with other rate capped states like Victoria, the only other one that's presently rate capped. So you've got quite nice evidence there of you've got rate capped, unrate capped, the two systems performing roughly the same function and operating under roughly the same constraints. In the main document today, that in terms of the USU submission, some of the elements I think that are particularly salient to current policy questions in New South Wales local government are special rate variations. And in this report, there's specific suggestions, easy, cheap to implement, specific suggestions on how special rate variations could be improved in New South Wales, most particularly by simply changing the dates, changing the timetable at which it's implemented. Even IPOD couldn't really present a sound argument against that, I don't think, because it's that simple. It doesn't cost any money, involve any hassle. In fact, it reduces costs. So I think that from a current policy perspective, something that's pretty easy to change, that would be a really easy matter to tackle. And that would be part of making the rate cap more flexible than it presently is, because presently it's really out of sorts, as you've heard from other people. So I'm happy to address any questions anybody might have.
Were there any further opening statements?
You want me to do anything, Ron?
It's up to you, mate.
Right. Just if I can, I was sitting through listening to the earlier section when you were talking to Mr. Brock, and I just wanted to add a few things on that. As I said earlier before I did my affirmation, I actually started in local government at Narrabri in '84 when I left the army and started on the old Red scheme. And I worked initially in a concrete crew, a bridge crew, and then I was in road construction and quality assurance, looking after quarries and dealing with both day labour and at times where we we had excessive work, some contractors. One of the things that I want to point out that I don't think that I need to probably put from a perspective of someone below a professional capacity, like Gordon's members, is the impact on morale and on productivity the failure to have good qualified leadership in councils can do. And some of the things that we saw since the 1993 legislation, which moved away from what we'd done actually on June 8, 1992, the three industry unions and the Employers Association actually merged half a dozen prescriptive awards that were based on seniority. So the longer you were there, you got promoted. It wasn't on ability. There was no multi-skilling. We actually negotiated an award from June 8, 1992 at the industry level, and some of us here worked under that and were around in the industry at that time, which actually took things away from seniority and prescriptiveness to having a skills-based award based on the acquisition and use of skills, multi-skilling and qualifications. Within a year of doing that, the then state government then moved away and then legislated to take away any requirement when they created this new contract system for senior management to hold any qualifications whatsoever. That flies in the face of section 349 in particular of the Local Government Act. 348 states that councils shall advertise a position in such a way to attract a suitable pool of applicants at the lower levels, and at the higher levels it actually has to be advertised over a more broader way to attract as many possible suitable applicants as possible. The problem is when you go to section 349 that says appointments are to be made on merit, it is at odds with what the then government did by taking away the requirement to even be qualified for the job they were applying for. We have seen geography. I'll give you an example. And I'll name the council, I don't care. Armidale Regional Council, after the last amalgamation, employed a geology teacher to run the engineering department. You actually had to go 4 levels down from the director, from the head of the engineering department, to find a qualified engineer. That's how far down. And this is the problem when we're bringing in people outside who are not qualified. They don't feel, I guess, in their DNA, maybe employing someone that's qualified directly as their number 2 might seem to be a threat to them. Maybe they don't want somebody that actually knows the job better than them to be actually reporting to council to say, hang on, you've employed someone as a director that knows nothing about engineering or finance or planning. So they surround themselves in some cases. The problem that we've seen with a lack of qualified engineers has been deliberately as a result of this legislation, where people have come in and deliberately not employed qualified people. In some cases, I think fearful, because they didn't want to be shown up by people who were actually qualified. An example about the importance...
when was that requirement taken out?
That requirement's still there. In 1993.
For the qual.
In 1993... what happened was, when I started, you had a chief health and building surveyor, you had a chief engineer, you had a town clerk or a shire clerk. That all went.
Yeah.
Then we wind up with all these funny names and big titles and everything else that came out, with general managers, CEOs, and then we had directors of this, directors of that. Sometimes you can't even tell what job they're in by the titles they've got, unbelievably. But this is what's came in, and this is something that's currently before Parliament now about at least rectifying those under the general manager level, bringing them back in under the award. And I believe that...
We passed it last night.
Well, now that's gone through. What's going to have to happen now? Yeah. As these contracts finish in the future, when positions are advertised under section 348 and 349, councils will be expected to employ people that are qualified. So I think it'll go a long way towards bringing that back into the industry. My members, we cover people from all walks. We cover anyone from an apprentice, a trainee, right up until senior levels. We've got general managers, we have engineers, and we have others as well. Often they're members of both organisations. The USU has very broad coverage, almost 30,000 members in New South Wales local government. What I see coming from outside construction is, again, our people need good qualified leadership above them. People that if you go to them and you've got a problem on the job, they can answer the question there and then. That's what we need. And one final example of what a good qualified engineer will do, there was a guy, an engineer, qualified engineer, a director of engineering at Lake Macquarie Council, who built Newcastle City Airport. So any of you that have been to that was built by a council. Not by the local council at Port Stephens, not by Newcastle Council, there was an engineer that had the fortitude and the ability to motivate his staff to get his councillors on side and to put in the quote and the bid and to travel outside their local government area and go and build one of the biggest airports in this country. A good airport, built by council Labor under a qualified engineer. I just wanted to put that on record if I could, thanks.
Thanks so much. Did you have any final words? Just noting the time, we'll move to questions.
Yeah,
Did you have anything further to
other
say,
stuff I'll answer later.
Mr. Paps?
Thank
Do you
you.
have anything further to add? Okay, perfect. We might move to questions now. Dr. Amanda Conn? Yeah, sure.
Thanks so much for being here, and thanks, Professor Dollery, for the work you've put into this really extensive submission. I had a couple of questions about special rate variations, and particularly, the rate peg notionally is meant to stop bill shock for residents and ratepayers. And when you look at some of the special rate variations that we've had in New South Wales over recent years, I'm sure there was bill shock in Strathfield with a 92.83% special rate variation. I'm particularly interested on your perspective of that and whether it's actually rate pegging in this instance actually serving its purpose. And then I have a follow-up question about amalgamated councils.
Yes, rate pegging is as I argue, a highly questionable process in terms of achieving its intended aims. Lots of people have speculated about the real purpose of the rate pegging regime in New South Wales. It's a useful political tool for state governments of both persuasions, and it's an especially useful tool for local councils when criticised by residents, because the council always retorts, look, don't look at us, go and tell the state government about the rate cap. If we had reasonable funds, we'd be able to address X, Y, or whatever problems people are raising. To the extent that it addresses rapid price shocks, well, as you can see, broadly speaking, with a huge lag, rate caps do roughly follow prices, but the problem is the lag's so long. So in the long run, people end up anyway paying, but there's just this massive lag. And the lag itself, the people end up paying by having ageing and old infrastructure. So the bill arrives at the local communities pay the bill one way or another.
I was particularly interested with Table 2 in your report, which detailed the really whopping SRVs we've seen in the forcibly amalgamated councils.
Yes.
During that amalgamation process, there was some compensation provided by the state government to those council areas. Do you think that was sufficient back in 2016, and do you think that that's sufficient now?
No. In short, no. The 2016 amalgamation process, I think, can be, as we've demonstrated in other papers in the peer-reviewed literature, didn't achieve any of its intended aims. In fact, it was supposed to enhance financial sustainability in New South Wales local government. As you can see from this table, it had precisely the opposite effect. You look at some of the amalgamated, look, Armidale, 58.8%, for example. What do you think's going to happen if you amalgamate Armidale with Gyra? When Gyra's a huge area with ancient infrastructure, that largely unsealed roads, that's going to cost someone, somewhere, something. So it was a disastrous thing. I might just remind the committee that it was never intended, the coalition never intended that to be a forced amalgamation process in the first place. If you read Don Page, the original minister that instigated that whole process, Fit for the Future process, you'll see that he specifically specified in writing that it was supposed to be voluntary amalgamation, and somehow you guys in the parliamentary system know better than anybody else. Somehow that morphed into a forced amalgamation process.
So, for this committee, in considering our recommendations to address financial sustainability broadly, do we need to be considering some sort of special consideration for those council areas that were subject to forced amalgamation?
Indeed, certainly, yes. I think the current minister has recently ruled out, said that councils that want to de-amalgamate have to wear the cost themselves of de-amalgamation. That's an echo from Queensland when they had their infamous 2008 amalgamation process. there was a popular uprising against it, especially in non-metropolitan areas, and the state government there also said that local governments must, even though they were forcibly amalgamated by the force of law by the state government, nevertheless, if they wanted to de-amalgamate, they had to pay for it themselves. I think that runs against natural justice.
It was the position of the minister. The bill that passed last week now allows a one-off grant just up to $5 million or an interest-free loan, but it's still up to the council to account for it. I wanted to ask you about interstate comparison. So you've criticised rate pegging, and as have many other bodies that have submitted to this inquiry. Obviously, Victoria is the only other state that has a rate peg. I'm interested in your perspective on what's happening in other states and how well that's working. You know, do ratepayers in other states have catastrophic bill shock as a result?
No, in short. One of the papers that I do have a paragraph on in this report is a comparison between South Australia, unrate capped, and New South Wales, a rate capped state. South Australia, they attempted to introduce, incidentally, a rate cap there something like 15 years ago. Fortunately for them, it was unsuccessful. But that's a nice comparison because New South Wales got the longest running rate cap, way back to the early 1970s, as we've heard earlier this afternoon. And South Australia hasn't. So you've got nice long-run comparisons of, for example, infrastructure backlogs and similar kinds of things. So I think that paper is particularly salient in regard to your question. What's the difference? And the difference is you're much better off not having a rate cap. And there isn't the kind of price shocks that people fear.
Can I just quickly add, from our experience, both from the 2004 amalgamations and the 2016 ones, the councils that are most in dire need, ongoing need of financial support, have been the amalgamated councils on average, and it's where we also have a much higher level of industrial problems. I think as a result of the financial pressures experienced within those councils, leading to stress on the staff in relation to unrealistic workloads.
Professor, can I just ask you a follow-up, man? You might remember me, Professor, you supervised my honours thesis.
Did you pass?
Yes, I did, yeah.
We blame you, Professor.
So with the South Australian comparator...
Hang on, you have an honours?
Is there any regulatory oversight of rates from the state government, or is it just that's purely on the councils to determine what's required, and they're answerable to their electorates, presumably?
In South Australia, yes. The rate setting is a council rate determination.
But there's no state government regulatory oversight?
Oh, there's lots of other, plenty of regulatory, a myriad of oversight legislation, but nothing that fixes the rate determination.
No, but I mean, if a council does something that's deemed a bit out there in terms of a rate increase or whatever, is there any mechanism at the state level that kicks in and says, well, we've got a right to review that, or come in over the top?
There may be, but I haven't. I'm sorry, I'm not aware of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think what's lacking, if I can, is OLG are significantly underfunded to conduct the proper auditing that's needed. Because it's one thing to give the money that's needed, and we know the money is needed, but it's also important to ensure that the money's spent correctly and not wasted by some councils. And when you look at the Central Coast Council that was amalgamated, and the council was sacked as a result of a $565 million debt, that debt just didn't build up overnight. If proper measures had been in place with auditing at the state level through OLG, and I'm not critical of OLG, it's a matter of resourcing, it never would have got to that. And as a result, 300 employees were made redundant as a result of what happened at Central Coast Council. 300 less employees that don't have jobs anymore because people above them they relied on ran the council into the record debt for any council in this country. $565 million.
And the general manager got a $400,000 payout.
Yep, and then he's a general manager elsewhere now. Anyhow.
Did you have further questions?
Are we just airing gripes, or is that we?
Order.
Well, no. There's a procedural fairness resolution that we're not supposed to be,
Order.
just making that
Dr.
point.
Con's got a question. Thanks.
I had one last question, which is about cost shifting, and people in the local government sector have been talking about cost shifting for a long time, and I know there was some detail of that in the report, but my question's to all four of you. Could you share with the committee and the public some of those examples of cost shifting across sort of different sectors impacting local government?
Yeah, I think that one interesting, my colleagues here have other perspectives, but one that strikes me is the rate concession, the pensioner rate concession. If you reflect a little bit on the theory of federalism, which is a basic in public economics, it's a basic theory you can apply to multi-tiered government. Distributional questions should be a matter for central government, certainly not the lowest tier of government, local government, as it is normally in Australia. For example, unemployment is dealt with by the central government, not by state and local governments. All these distributional questions are best dealt with at the highest level. Under our federal system presently, state governments force local councils to offer pensioner concessions and then subsidise it, but the degree to which they subsidise this comes nowhere near to meeting the full cost of the subsidy, firstly. And secondly, there are terrible distributional consequences because small rural councils have got the greatest proportion of pensioners living in them, so that the poorest councils bear the greatest costs of this redistribution. That's a question that can be addressed at the New South Wales Parliament level, but also pressure should be brought on the federal government to step in there. But I'll leave other examples to my colleagues here.
If you want specific examples, I think it's the Guida Council out of Bingra. In order to attract a local doctor, which a lot of the regional areas have a hard time doing that, actually provide secretarial support and actually I think provided housing in order to attract somebody to town. Now that's not normally out of council's budget. We've got the councils out there. When COVID hit, the federal government of the day jumped in and put out money there to offer money to assist businesses and people that were affected by COVID not getting to work, but they didn't want to fund councils at all. We had to go to the then state government because we had childcare centres run by councils who were not going to receive 1 red cent from the federal government. And we were lucky enough, and I'll say this, Shelley Hancock at the time, the Minister of Local Government at the time, we went to her and she intervened and we did the COVID Splinter Award that we did at our level as well, which was nowhere else in the country that provided job security, and we walked away temporarily during that period from some of the things in the award about work locations, the jobs you did, in order to keep as many people working as possible and providing services, because without local government, many communities wouldn't survive. But we've got childcare, we've got aged care, that generally aren't the responsibilities of local government. It's not just roads, rates and rubbish. We've got councils that provide the local RMS service out of their front counters. There's more and more things that councils are taking on, public transport in some cases. These things, in order for the council to provide a community, things that people in Sydney and in the big communities expect just for being a local citizen, bush councils in particular are having to put their hands in the pocket with a much lower rate base, much larger often geographical areas, and take on and fund services that other councils don't have to do. And it's a bit like what Graham touched on earlier, when IPART gave 7% last year to Sydney Water and Hunter Water for their increase in water fees. I'm under Hunter Water up at Cessnock. If I was at Singleton just up the road, my combined rates and water charges, and I don't have a swimming pool and I'm not running sprinklers, I pay more for water with Hunter Water since it was corporatised because of the dividends that come out than I do for my council rates. If I was at Singleton 50 k's up the road, I'd be paying half of what I'm paying now because my water and sewerage costs would be part of my rate bill. There are 111 councils in New South Wales, in regional New South Wales, providing water and sewerage, who also have to provide roads, libraries, not all childcare, but roads, rates, rubbish, all the rest of the stuff that councils traditionally provide, that got 3.7% because of IPART. So they're not only providing the water and sewerage on a much smaller population base, because here's the thing, governments always come out and the bureaucrats, say big is better. Well, if big is better, why is it that Sydney Water with the amount of customers it's got, and Hunter Water, with the amount of customers they've got, can be given 7%, but a bush council with its own infrastructure that has to provide water and sewerage plus all the other services gets 3.7.
Well, Mr. Hughes, how do you feel? Mr. Hughes, how did you feel then about the fact that Sydney Water, Hunter Water were protected from privatisation by the Labor government, yet the Labor government blocked the protections for rural regional communities to have their water assets?
I'm happy to answer that, and I'm going to say something that's critical of the Labor Party at the time. In 1996, there were 27 power distributors in this state. My wife and my sister worked for North Power, whose main office was from Narrabri, covered out to Burke, out to Gunnedah, and a massive area of the state. It was rated number 7 out of 27 power distributors. We had linesmen with local knowledge in every community, like Wobbegar, Pilliga and all that. So if a storm hit, there were people that knew the area, could get out and respond very quickly and reconnect the electricity. I will say this, I think it was it under Michael Egan at the time, and I think Costa had a bit to do with it.
Probably.
They merged that down to half a dozen distributors at the time. At Narrabri, where I lived, they called the staff in. I was an energy organiser briefly at the time. They called the staff in, all the regional ones got laid off, they were made redundant. They called the staff in and got rid of most of the staff, and they contracted the work out. Well, here's the thing about, when you say about protecting from privatisation, tell me one area from either side of politics when something's been privatised where it's worked out cheaper. Up the power, in the power polls before the last round of power privatisation, everyone drove around and saw on the polls from the ETU and the USU, you will pay more. Well, look at what we're doing today.
Well, you can thank the Labor government for that, but also
we are straying dangerously outside the terms of reference here. Order.
To ask a political point scoring question without seeking the call from the chair. Can the witnesses please finish answering the question that I
was just
asked,
asking for elucidation.
Order. We'll hand over to Dr. Amanda Conn.
Sorry, all I've pointed out is that the question about protecting Hunter Water and Sydney Water, privatisation does not lead to a better outcome. What it led to in the power sector was many less jobs, a much inferior system where you can't, where the people that need to go and reconnect the lines and do the maintenance work are no longer there. And, so bigger delays. When we had the floods in Cessnock, when was the last one? About 10 years ago, we had the Pasha Bulka weekend when we had one after that.
I was there in Newcastle when that happened.
Chair, I've got some questions after Dr.
We went without power for 1 week in town there, and there's other people. Why is that? It wouldn't have happened 20
and yet Labor treated us like second-class citizens.
Order. The Honourable Wes Fang.
And I'll just finish with this. Power was very cheap back then, and there were a lot more workers, and it was all owned by the local county councils.
Labor should just apologise.
I'll just hand back over to Dr. Amanda Conn. I believe she had another question before we hand it back.
Thanks, Mr. Hughes. I appreciate you're answering the questions that got asked, but it was an interruption. We had been on cost shifting, and you started with an excellent example, and so Professor Valerie, just before we go to other members, were there other examples of cost shifting?
The emergency services levy. Now, whilst that's under review now, and we've put a paper into that review, there's an additional cost on councils of 11.7%. And I do recall that it was early last year that the emergency services levy was unfunded in the state government's budget, and following the elections, the new state government issued a requirement to all councils to pay a levy. And whilst my maths mightn't be right, it is just an example, and we had a general manager call us to say, listen, what the hell's going on? Our rates have been set by IPART, and months later we get hit with an emergency services levy that's unfunded. And came up with an answer which led to the review that's taking place now. So the red fleet, as you know, councils have the red fleet that they have to account for when they don't own them. I mean, there's a whole myriad of things that are cost shifted onto local government. And when you couple that with the dire straits of their current financial circumstances, it just gets worse. It just gets worse. They're just some of the examples.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm sure we'll have some questions about the Red Fleet for the Audit Office after the afternoon tea. Wait, did you want to add anything, Mr. Perhaps, or we'll go to other members? Thanks.
Thanks
Might-
to the Honourable
Oh,
Stephen
yeah, just a
Lawrence
couple
now.
of articles.
Stephen indicated that he had questions after
okay,
Dr.
fine.
Fine.
Thanks,
I'll wait.
Chair.
I can wait.
Yep.
Does the union support any changes to the Local Government Act to restrict what activities and services and businesses local government should be involved in? Obviously, through the prism of financial sustainability.
Does your question go to questions of procurement of services?
More provision of services and the like to the community. Like, because there's been earlier evidence about mission creep, this idea that that councils are getting involved in too many things that's impacting sustainability. Like, is there any firm policy view about that, or would you rather have the view that it's that it's a matter for councils?
I think it's a local determination. The needs and services of a community in the eastern suburbs of Sydney might be different from the needs and services of a community in rural regional New South Wales. So the point I would make, though, I think given the shocks of COVID and the views communities have taken about the centrality of local government in delivering services, I think we've seen a general sense or sentiment from the community that there are more things local government can do, and I don't think we should be restrictive in a view about there are things they can or shouldn't do. I think local communities can make those decisions, provided that they're making decisions that are not unduly hampered by what we say is an unfair system of funding. And I think that's really the key point. There are probably things that councils want to deliver and services the communities would sorely need, but they feel compelled either not to deliver them or deliver them in a different way because of concerns about funding. So I don't think it would be helpful to be prescriptive about you can only do roads, rates and rubbish. I think that would be a step backwards rather than a step forwards in embracing the needs of the community and ensuring that those things are funded.
So there's no real evidence in your view that councils are doing a whole lot of profligate things and that's why there's this problem. It's more that there's an artificial cap that over the years has compounded and led to this unsustainable situation.
I certainly don't have any evidence of any systemic issue about councils doing things they shouldn't be doing. You'll always be able to find an example or two, but I think as a general observation, no, there's not a systemic problem with councils over-delivering or over-promising.
So in terms of financial sustainability, is it fundamentally, maybe for Mr. Kelly, is it fundamentally about the formulas for grants from state and federal governments, as well as the rate capping system and the special variation rules and so forth? Is that fundamentally the compass of the issues? Or is there anything else that we should be aware of in terms of maybe novel, left field, maybe international ideas about how local government can be funded?
No, I think it's central to the problem. I think, as I said earlier today, we're being starved of funds. Completely starved. And you ask councils that have the bulk of the privatised workforce why they're doing it. It is because they can't afford, they say, to maintain the staffing levels they've got, and it's cheaper to pay contractors who in a lot of the times have inferior plant and equipment. I can give an example in the local shire I live in Sutherland, and I was watching one day on a particular afternoon when a company come into town. My wife happens to be the principal of the school, and out the front of the school they were mowing at school finish time. And no signage, nobody watching to see that the rotary blades weren't throwing objects out from underneath the vehicles or the plant. No warnings, no street signs, no nothing. They undercut by inferior plant, equipment, etc. And the council turn a blind eye to that because they cannot, they can't maintain their workforces.
So there's no other way of raising money that we should be thinking about? It's fundamentally about rates and state and federal grant formulas?
Could I just, in addressing that particular question, I think rates and grant formulas are probably the preferred method from our perspective of funding, because I think the next obvious option is a user pays system. So if councils can't raise rates to be sustainable, a simple example is they will increase the cost for entry at a pool to cover the cost for that pool. We say that's not an optimal way to fund local services, particularly in a cost of living crisis. You've got families and communities who are looking for cheap, affordable, accessible services. So if we shift away from an emphasis on rating, which spreads the cost out across the whole community, we say a fairer way, to a user pay system, I think it is going to disadvantage those people who are least able to afford the services. And I think that's probably the opposite of the mission. We spoke about mission earlier in bracket prep. That's the mission of these local councils. So I think if we're talking about a different system, the next obvious one is user pays, and it's not something that we would, in general, be supportive of being a main pillar of council funding.
Can I ask a follow-up, Steve? Just on that. So if the rate, let's live in this hypothetical world where the rate cap's gone, and maybe this is for you, Professor. If I imagine one of the consequences of that might be that the state and federal government will, you're accountable to your electorates. If you want more money, keep putting the rates up. So this tension between the grants and the rate cap model lifting is, have you given any thought to that? Like, what's the view on that is my question, because then would government still have to step in and based on some sort of modelling and say, well, we understand you can increase your rates, but we're still going to give you X amount of money based on X, Y, Z, you know?
Yes. In Australian government, the most significant form of grants to local government are federal government, FAGs, financial assistance grants. They've been determined by the Federal Grants Commission, and they use a specific formula. It's actually held up as in the literature, the public finance literature, as the best example of intergovernmental funding, more or less worldwide, because it's outside the political process. There's a formula, and various new governments have come and gone, and they haven't fiddled around with it. So what one needs is subsystem like that each council gets in accordance with a specific formula, an agreed specific formula. It gets what it's due, but then it's got latitude in terms of local autonomy. The local community wants a swimming pool, they want sports fields, or they want something extra. Fair enough, but then they must pay for it because they're getting their transfers, their fair transfers from other tiers of government.
Yeah. Professor Dollery, could I ask?
If I might just address the earlier point, please. There's a myriad of other regulations. This afternoon we're talking about rate pegging. Excuse me, but there are a myriad of other regulations on local government pricing in New South Wales. For example, as was mentioned earlier, water utilities outside the metropolitan areas are local government operated, and they represent a significant source of revenue to local government. There is some published material on that. Some of you with long memories might remember the attempts to water regionalisation, where they wanted to rip water utilities off local governments. And there was a bit of a backlash. So there is published material there.
We know.
But for instance, water tariffs are regulated by the state government, so local governments don't have latitude there.
Yeah.
They can't charge long-run marginal cost, to use econo speak here, and that's the rational way. You want to charge the real long-run cost of a service so that at least it's paying its own way, it's not being cross-subsidised by other services. So those things could also be addressed.
So just on that, is there a role for joint organisations in terms of the provision of services in a way that would meet expectations in terms of state and federal government expectations, that would then create an environment where you could have more latitude and not concern about things going financially AWOL? Or
what should have happened with the joint organisations is, I don't know why they didn't get together to get their buying power together, to say, when it comes to supplying fuel, when it comes to supplying certain things, get together as a group of councils and get the best possible deal for things, supplies that councils are purchasing. Some of that's probably due to the fact that those smaller bush councils want to be able to deal with local businesses, which I can understand, that rely on them to purchase their fuel and their clothing, the protective clothing and various supplies from them. But in relation to, and I have raised this in the past as well, elsewhere in our industry, that one of the things I thought the joint organisations could have been handy for out in the bush, in the northwest in particular, would be to look at pooling their resources to actually try and attract some of those professionals from the engineers, for example, at a regional level, where some of them might want to live full-time out in certain towns in the far west, but may be prepared to live within one of the larger communities within the region and provide that expertise, using the joint organisation to provide that to the councils in the region. That made sense to me. Can I just finish this? You asked about user pays. I'm going to give you a specific example with the problem on that. Not long after the previous government was elected, Don Page, the minister, came to us and said Moree Council had sought to want to corporatise, set up their thermal pool, the Moree Aquatic Centre, as a corporate entity. We said we didn't see any point to it. We thought it would be more expensive. However, we did get protections, I will say, through the Minister of the day, even though he was on, from the other side of politics from what we're used to dealing with. But we actually had a good relationship with those ministers. I'll tell you that now. And what he did was made sure that our industrial instrument, our state award, would continue to apply to those staff that were performing those duties that we traditionally perform within local government in the pools. What ended up happening though, the person chairing that, so they set up the corporate entity. The person that was the chair of it come from Sydney. He would fly to Moree every so often, to go and meet with the committee. He wasn't local. They then put the fees up something enormous amount for ordinary pool entry. Now, Moree own 3 pools. They own Mungandai, they own Boggabilla, and Moree. The 3 communities are largely Indigenous communities. What happened in Moree when they corporatised it, they put the charges up massively, and the local Indigenous kids and other kids from families that didn't have the money to pay the much higher charges no longer had a local pool to swim in. And quite frankly, you wouldn't swim in the river out there. And I'm not being a lefty greenie on this stuff and saying this. Sorry, I'm not trying to be critical of anything with it. I believe in environmental stuff. I believe in conservation as well.
Me too.
But the river system out there is full of cotton chemicals, and the cotton industry is important. But the fish that used to exist when I was a young fella out there are gone.
Still a young fella.
You wouldn't want.
That's not what someone said to him coming up here today.
Yeah, of course. You wouldn't want them poor kids and those local people in the community that could no longer afford to use the one council-operated pool in Moree, having to swim in a river that, with the problems that you got there, with potential drowning, with the snags, and other issues that are in there.
It ultimately went broke.
It went broke, that's correct. It went broke. Now that was, and it went broke because the cost of running the new board was more money than what they were bringing in, even though they put the charges up.
And so someone from Sydney as well.
And another one I'll finally finish with on this is that the state government itself is complaining, rightfully so, and suffering as a result of having, $1.6 billion of GST revenue stripped from you? To me, what makes sense is that whether you're state government, where the federal government's got control, where they hand funds to the state government, and where the state government controls, and also the federal government giving money to local government, there should be a 3-year plan in advance. It would only make sense that both the state and local government relying on that funding collected at that level can plan ahead, can plan budgets in future years. Yeah. So just as the state governments, from both sides of politics, whenever they get dudded federally at the state level, complain, they should realise that the local government's in the same boat, and all they're asking is the same thing that state government's asking for. Do that for them too, please. Our state award provides council certainty for up to 3 years as to what staff costs are going to be. It's the only thing they can budget on. How do you think they go when they're asked, and they were asked this under Destination 2036, they were asked to put forward 10-year forward planning estimates on budgets when they didn't even know what rates they were going to get the next year. If the council can control what it's going to ask from its own community at least 3 years in advance and let the community know, and if the community don't like it, throw them out. That's what should be going on. It's unfair to expect a state government to be able to forward plan without knowing what the feds are going to give them, just as equally as it's unfair that local government should have it apply to them. And I ask you, if you don't like what the federal government's just done to this state, don't do it to local government.
I'll just hand over to the Honourable Wes Fang. I've got some questions, but I understand he's got a couple as well.
Thank you. Mr Kelly, in relation to Red Fleet you raised earlier, are you aware that there was a bill that was put forward
in this term of Parliament that the Labor Party rejected in relation to that issue?
No.
No, okay. I just thought I'd raise that. The other thing I wanted to raise was, and I know you had said you had 47 years in local government. Same year I was born.
No.
Same year I was born.
Not at all.
That was the year that rate pegging was introduced. Is it fair to say that the issues have been consistent since that time? Like, have you found that the funding issues have been the same, or have they fluctuated over time?
No, I think you can look at that depending on what sort of federal assistance grants you got at those corresponding times.
Yep.
And some benefited other times. I haven't got those figures, but
yep.
This has been a slow and steady deterioration to what I would regard the worst shape of local government in that 47 years.
So you think now is the worst time that we've seen in that?
Worse.
Yeah. Okay. And I noted in your opening statement that you said that you'd had, you've obviously had concerns for some time, but you've been really pushing to have these issues looked at. Is that this hasn't been just a recent thing? You've been pushing for quite a while.
No. So that federal inquiry we have got up now. I started in 2018 at the ALP conference in Adelaide.
Yeah. And what about in relation to this state?
This issue has been an ongoing concern since not long around the Bob Carr days.
Okay.
Like, this is something we've agitated for a long, long time.
And in relation to this inquiry, did you have, engagement with the minister in the lead up to it? Did you propose terms of reference and the like for
this?
Yes.
No. But let me just go back on that first question though.
Yeah.
We were a part of. A lot of people wouldn't know this, but we worked successfully with the Liberal government from 2011 until recently, until they lost government. We had a relationship with Don Page, Paul Toole, Shelley Hancock, Wendy Tuckerman. We didn't get on too well with Gabriel Upton. She didn't like us, but that was fine.
She didn't like me either, but that's okay.
The averages were we did okay. But we worked very constructively, and there was a ministerial advisory committee set up. And the USU, we had 3 people on that. And that committee was to try and have a forum to raise all of these issues, and we consistently raised the issue around rate capping.
Yeah. Did the minister promise you that this would be the panacea, that in this inquiry would be the answers that you're seeking?
No.
Okay.
No, I've had no promises whatsoever, I can guarantee you that.
We were working towards trying to do this with the previous government.
Yeah.
And had they been elected, we would have expected to do the same thing.
It was always our goal.
They probably should have been, but that was...
I'll tell you, I think that they were surprised, like Don Page, Paul Toole, Shelley, and by the time Wendy come along, that our union, can work with whoever we need to work with. Like, we care about local government, we come from it, and we work with good ministers, we work with good chiefs of staff. We don't see that just because someone's on one side of politics or another, if someone's got the same interest and we're trying to do good, we work with them. And that's what we sought to do.
The end game is a sustainable industry that employs a lot of people, that delivers a modern New South Wales local government. That's all we want.
Thanks. Can I ask, in your opinion, Professor Dollery, what are some of the main factors leading you to believe that local government funding is insufficient?
By far the biggest factors are the local infrastructure backlog. That by far. Yeah. You see, there's a sort of a, let's say, a political economy, good political economy grounds for that as well, and you hear it often, reading the local press and local TV, radio stations and things, is infrastructure maintenance and renewal are largely invisible type processes from the point of view of the local community. Whereas other services, for example, garbage collection, for example, imagine if you cut back on that. Everybody notices it, that you're going to get an immediate outcry. So local politicians pay a price immediately. Whereas you can defer and delay maintenance and infrastructure upgrades, which are hugely expensive, and delaying maintenance itself builds up a larger capital cost in the longer run, because then it's more expensive to get things back to a satisfactory condition. So in that respect, the infrastructure backlogs are kind of a measure, it's a canary in the coal mine, if you like, for local government, because it tells you a larger story. There are, over the last 30 years, I've sketched some of this stuff in this report, there have been attempts at measuring the size of the local government infrastructure across Australia-wide and for different local government systems. That's extremely difficult to do. And in part, that's difficult because local accounting and auditing practices aren't what they should be, and they're getting worse, as we also note in this report. So the figures are dicey, but everybody's agreed it's a massive problem. And for me, that's by far the biggest index.
There's two reasons for that quickly. You've got obviously population growth, which is not consistent. So you need new infrastructure. But one of the biggest problems we're facing regionally, again, where populations are either in decline or static, is ageing infrastructure. So infrastructure doesn't last forever, and we need the money to replace what's now coming into disrepair as well. Sorry.
No, thank you. That concludes just about that. Is it?
Can I just make one last comment?
Sure, absolutely.
And you may very well rule this as being insignificant, but one of the things I've just written a report on for my executive is the issue around housing affordability for council workers. And I've had many general managers ring me, and this is I know that you're a former nurse. It's no disrespect to those who are termed essential services, nurse, fire, police, all of those. Yeah. The reality is, and I think COVID demonstrated, that if you don't think a council worker is an essential service, then we're living in fairyland, because they deliver many more services than the average person thinks about,
including water.
Including the
regions.
And I did a report at a conference last year to our branch conference, where over the next 7 years, 12,500 of the old time employees are going to leave because they're in the old super scheme. And we've got to replenish those, and you would ordinarily think that those people would have been around a long time and possibly have been able to afford a home in the day when they were getting married or whatever they were doing. Today it's a little bit more different. And I've got general managers at Randwick, Waverley, Northern Beaches and others telling me that they won't be able to staff their councils unless something is done about affordable housing and an acknowledgement that council workers are essential to the services of everyday communities. I can tell you in the Sutherland Shire, 95% of the outdoor workers come from the south coast. Ku-ring-gai Council, none from the Shire or municipality. They all travel from the central coast and southwestern Sydney, northwestern Sydney. And it is across the board. They're travelling long distances. Some from the Blue Mountains travel from Lithgow to work. And it's all because of housing. So if there's any scope...
So one of your, I mean, presumably you'd like to see one of the recommendations is that along with other essential workers, council workers be included in that category.
Absolutely.
Someone's got to pick the rubbish up and do the work that needs to be done.
Is that also an argument for council getting more into property development, which was something that I pushed when I was on Dubbo Council, because we were facing this acute shortage. It's a profitable industry. We had all the capacity to do it. We're heavily involved in land development already. I mean, is that an argument for those sort of factors too?
Well, it's back to the future, isn't it? I mean, we started off under the English system. The City Council owned... My boss on Canterbury Council was an apprentice electrician working on Sydney City public housing, owned by the City Council. Well, you know what they've done with most of their buildings, like all of their work. They contract out literally hundreds of millions of dollars worth of work. They use a company called Skyline Projects, and others. Sutherland Council, one of the worst in Sydney. Waratah Group Services, Snippers, a whole heap of others. They just contract it all out. But in terms of, and those people would obviously travel long distances because those companies and their depots aren't in the Shire, aren't in the city. Unless they are, they've been given the land or the space by the City Council. But yeah, I think an acknowledgement that council workers are essential. If you could start talking about that, it'd be very much appreciated because they are.
Can I just say I appreciated all the questions from everyone. I thought they were good.
Except Wes.
Except Wes.
No, I thought everyone asked other
I'm
questions.
kidding.
Thank you.
I don't think they need us to rate them, Steve, but hopefully...
No. Look,
But if you want to rate Wes, feel free.
I do, yeah.
Thank you
Thank
for your
you so
answers.
much.
If we're being
Thank you for your
evasive and not
evidence.
prepared to answer, that's when you've got to worry, and we'll answer.
Thank you so much for your evidence given today.
Thank
The
you.
Secretariat will be in touch if there's any questions on notice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
We'll now have a short break. Welcome to our next witnesses, and thank you for making time to give evidence to this important inquiry. Could each witness, starting from my left, please state their name, title, and swear either the oath or the affirmation?
Okay, I'm Aaron Green. I'm an Assistant Auditor General in Financial Audit, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I'm Bola Itunji. I'm the Auditor General for New South Wales. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Claudia Migotto, Acting Deputy Auditor General, New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Would you like to start by making a short opening statement?
Yes, I'll do, Chair. So thankful you for the invitation to provide evidence to this inquiry. This is my first appearance before a parliamentary inquiry as the Auditor General for New South Wales. And I'd like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the substantial and impactful work undertaken by my predecessor, Margaret Crawford, PSM, who tabled in Parliament the reports we will refer to today. Our financial audits of local government entities provide independent opinions of the financial statements of New South Wales councils. Our opinions provide assurance on whether their financial statements comply with accounting standards and relevant laws, regulations, and government directions. Our performance audits assess the effectiveness, efficiency, and economy of government programs and services and provide recommendations to assist in improving outcomes. We do not comment on merits of policy decisions, including policy decisions relating to funding levels to the local government sector. For example, the Audit Office cannot comment on merits or otherwise of a council's decision to apply for a special rate variation, nor do we comment on the efficacy of the rate peg. While our financial audits consider each council's ability to meet the existing and ongoing obligations, they do not consider the effectiveness of spending of specific funding and spending decisions. However, the Audit Office has completed several performance audits that provide insights and learnings about how councils assess and plan their resources to respond to service delivery obligations. While the reports are based on audits of activities of specific councils, many of the insights and recommendations are relevant to the sector broadly and as such may be of assistance to this inquiry, and I will briefly mention a couple of them. Our report on the financial management and governance of Mid-Coast Council assess whether Mid-Coast Council had effective financial management arrangements that supported councils and management to fulfill their financial stewardship responsibilities. The report found that the council had not effectively carried out long-term financial planning to address its identified long-term financial sustainability challenges. We recommended the council monitors and addresses changes in the external environment that will impact on the council's financial sustainability. The report also identified gaps in reliability of asset condition data, which is required to accurately inform long-term financial planning. Our 2020 report on governance and internal controls for local infrastructure contributions assessed the effectiveness of governance and internal controls over local infrastructure contributions collected during 2018 and 2019 financial years by 4 local councils: Blacktown City Council, Central Coast Council, City of Sydney Council, and Liverpool City Council. The report provides insights for local government sector that outline the importance of sound governance and management reporting so that local councils know whether they are on track to collect sufficient funds to deliver required infrastructure or whether alternative sources of funding need to be considered or council strategies or policies need to be revised. Findings and recommendations from these reports are directed at the local councils subject to the audit, but they are relevant to all local government entities. Finally, I've started engaging with local government sector to listen and better understand their challenges. So far, I've met a couple of CEOs, met the OLG, and I look forward to catching up with others as I go forward in my term. So we're happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I might start with some questions, if that's all right. Firstly, can we go through the audit reports released about local government in recent years? And I just wondered, you've alluded to it in your opening remarks, but what problems have you identified with the sector?
I will start and I'll have my colleagues to chip in. One of the things that I've seen in the short period and in my engagement, and I think was mentioned earlier, it is fundamentally capabilities and skill set. So when you see in some areas it's always difficult to engage staff, so the workforce plan needs to be beefed up. And because when you look at the environment, so just not only local government, across businesses, that is a problem worldwide and specifically for areas of skill set that is required to make changes in this environment. But I'll just ask them whether there's any additional.
Oh, I think our financial audits over the last 6 or 7 years have highlighted a number of observations on the practices at councils. And we broadly break those up in our reports to Parliament into categories around governance issues, asset management issues, IT issues. And I guess you could argue that it's an evolution. So as we report these matters and whether they're high risk or moderate risk, councils are doing work to address some of these issues, and we're finding that as we go through. But a lot of it takes some time. Some of these issues that we identify, especially around information technology systems, it's difficult to resolve. A lot of them do require funding to address some of the concerns and the gaps. So I guess while the observations in financial audit are broadly related to those areas, I'm not sure, Claudia, if you had any other issues.
It's hard to be sort of general across the sector from the perspective of our findings from performance audits about what might be common gaps or issues that councils face. We have referenced, as the Auditor General has covered in the opening statement, 3 performance audits in particular that we think are helpful to the inquiry, and they go to similar issues that Mr. Green has just outlined. The adequacy of internal governance and controls for the purposes of financial sustainability, really understanding what the obligations are in terms of levels of service delivery, and using that to inform long-term financial planning, for example, is something that we found in the Mid-Coast Council audit report, but I think is something that's probably pertinent across the sector. Really knowing what your costs of service delivery are, knowing what your asset base is, and then using that as a basis to identify any needs for additional funding.
And are the problems, would you say, the auditing problems unique to local government, or is that a problem that you see across other agencies?
In terms of the financial audit findings, I'd say they're similar because a financial audit looks at similar activities. Like we look at internal control environments where we're looking for what are the systems and processes that have been implemented to ensure the reliability of financial reporting. But I guess we see the same types of issues. What we do see is volume. So in our most recent report, I think it was around 1,100 observations were made over the councils, which is quite a sizable amount of observations to make, but there is progress in addressing those.
That's good to hear there's progress, which was my next question, if they were getting worse or better. So I'm glad to hear that they are getting better. In terms of the problems, would you say they're more of a resourcing issue or a culture issue?
I would believe it's resourcing issue, which is where when you describe governance, when you describe some of the reports on cybersecurity, when you describe timeliness of reporting, the fundamental of that is capability. That's what I believe, and that's why you see some of the metropolitan councils do well. The rural councils, difficult to engage appropriate level of staff and skill set, will always struggle. So again, when I engage across the sector. That's one of the things I'll be wanting to look at and what solutions that we can profile.
Yeah, is there a way that the state government can work? You know, talking about the issues with workforce and the struggles some councils might have. Is there a role for the state in addressing that problem?
I will say there's a role for the local council to leverage expertise. So, and I think when they collaborate, there's some of the collaboration that can actually help out. I'm not sure, again, we've not audited this part, what state government could do, but I think one of the things, and I've been glad about since I started, was meeting one of the CEOs and opening the door for me to talk to 36 general managers and CEOs again, and that is where when you have a strong council, how do you then help the less strong? That's what I think could be an opportunity in that sector in itself first, and then if that doesn't work, of course, you look for alternative solutions.
One of the things mentioned in submissions that we've seen is about the assets that councils have to realise, and so value. So valuing things that are non-realisable and non-saleable assets like drains, like roads. Why do they have to value them?
Well, because I think the code asks them to value them. So it links to the local government code. And that's where they started, I think, a few years ago, to start valuing those assets. Not going too technical, accounting standards allow you to use cost or fair value. The local government code chose fair value, again, for whatever reason that, again, it's not, we don't comment on that.
No.
But that's their choice to go fair value.
Yeah, and what I'm interested in as well is whether or not the ability of council to fund services and their obligations is impacted by this accounting requirement and then their requirement to reserve money against depreciating assets like roads.
Whilst I've not audited that, I would not link the revaluation, which is non-cash, to the ability to fund activities.
I'll hand over to Dr. Amanda Cornetto, I believe, has got some questions.
I wanted to ask about the Red Fleet issue, which I'm sure you're familiar with. So I understand a significant proportion of councils who receive qualified audit reports are because they've failed to account for the depreciation of RFS assets. I've spoken to a number of those councils. It's certainly not because they're not aware that they should be. They're making a protest, if you will. They are choosing not to account for that depreciation because they don't see it as just that they should have to. And it's the requirement to meet other benchmarks of your office that means that having to account for that depreciation has an impact. Has any work been done to look at changes to benchmarks that would improve this problem? I know there's a committee in the Legislative Assembly that's looking at this issue, so I'm sure you've already presented to them, but it would be helpful for this committee as well.
I'll ask Mr. Green to take this question. Thanks.
So yeah, this has definitely been a difficult issue for the last few years, where we have been obtaining the views of obviously the State's Treasury, the Rural Fire Service, and we've formed a view, and obviously the local councils themselves have formed views around the recognition of rural firefighting equipment. So I guess there's a perspective here that there's a group of, there's an element of inconsistency. So we've got around 40 odd councils that recognise this equipment. We've then got another 60 so that don't recognise this equipment. And for whatever reason, they've got different views when they look at the legislation, which vests these assets over to councils, and then the requirements of the accounting standards, which take us through a pathway to determine who controls them. So we've ended up in a different place, and in some respects that's troubling because we do have councils that are receiving qualified opinions. So I think we've reached this point now where we're looking for solutions as well. And we do want to work, as Bola suggested, with councils and key stakeholders, both the state government, local government, Office of Local Government as the regulator, to look at what are the solutions out there to get some consistency. Because I think overall, the most important part here is the asset management aspect of rural firefighting equipment. They're very important assets that serve a really important purpose. And having this divide over accounting is a bit of a distraction. So we are looking to work with the sector on what the solutions are.
Can I
Go for it. Yeah.
Thank you very much for coming and appearing today, and congratulations on the role. It'll be lovely to see you coming and appearing and providing some answers to us. But in relation to this Red Fleet issue, I think it is probably one of the biggest issues in relation to local government. You said that you've been looking at solutions, Mr. Green. What might that look like? Because certainly part of the reason that I think there was concern in the previous term of Parliament was that the state adopting that liability was going to create a huge issue. The councils rightly say that we have no oversight, we have no responsibility for that asset that's been vested to us, but we have no control over that asset. And so from that perspective, for us to account for it would be inappropriate. Where are we going to come to in relation to this issue that's actually going to keep everybody happy?
I think that's difficult for us to answer as the auditors. I think we can offer up suggestions as to what we see as being the aspects that mean councils control it. So we have some definitive indicators to us. The vesting is really significant to us because that places the Red Fleet in the ownership of councils. And then with the way the accounting standards work, which is really looking at who has the ability to direct the use of those assets, in our opinion, the council does. So it'd have to be looking at, well, what of those things can change here? Can vesting change? But that's not a decision that the auditor would obviously make. All we can really do is provide input into the discussion around where are the challenges from our perspective. We can hear the perspectives from other angles and then determine, well, government can then determine what options they could take.
Now, I'm really keen to drill down on an answer you just gave, which was that councils have the, I guess, ability to direct the asset. What led you to come to that determination?
Yeah, this is one of the key points that we have been discussing with the local government sector and councils, and it does get a little bit techie. So I'll say that up front. It's the ability to direct comes from, in effect, ownership. If you own the asset, you then enter into a service agreement with the Rural Fire Service, and you basically ask the Rural Fire Service to deliver what has to be done on behalf of the council. So the council has the ability to enter into that service agreement. The RFS is not the owner of the asset and can't in itself enter into that agreement, because the owner is the one who says, okay, I'm willing to enter into it. So you have the ability to enter into that agreement, which is the ability to direct the use. Now, in the common sense, you would say, well, that means that RFS have everyday access, they've got the keys, they're using them every day. But the reason they have that is because the council elected to enter into the service agreement.
Can I just ask a follow-up?
Yeah.
It's just an opportunity to clarify because Mr. Fang had brought up the private members bill earlier.
Sure.
Now that bill proposes to change the vesting in section 119, but it was drafted to omit any changes to section 63, and section 63 is the requirement for landholders, including councils, to conduct things like hazard reduction burning.
Yeah.
If the path forward were to be legislative change, do you think that you'd have to change both sections of the Act at the same time? You couldn't just remove the asset and leave the requirement?
Sorry.
I think we can take that off at the same, because again, as I said before, whether there's a legislative change or not, I'm not sure we have the mandate or the capability to advise on that. But what I would add is, again, I've received what we call a client survey from councils, and I've seen how passionate they are, and I promise them I will visit them, and I will actually honestly understand, go to the bottom of it. Now, there's always a solution. Now, and also just for your awareness, accounting, standards are principles based. So it's possible for two people to have different views. And that's why I think it comes to now, how do you then negotiate the best outcome? And so once I engage across, and I'll be able to have a further discussion on how we can resolve this.
So I would be hung, drawn and quartered if I didn't ask this question now of you while I have the opportunity, given that you've provided that response to us in relation to this issue. If I went home, because I live in Wagga Wagga, so a lot of the council, local government areas around me have all been impacted by this red fleet issue, and it's always the number one issue they ask me about when I engage, usually with local councils. Given that you've indicated that the accounting standards are effectively views, and one person can have a different view to another, the argument that councils have always given to me is that the entity that uses the asset, as opposed to the ownership of the asset, is really the entity that should be depreciating that asset. Is it possible that your view might change to the previous AG, and that you might adopt the previous position that the red fleet depreciation wasn't on council's books, and that I guess we can make this issue disappear?
Well, until I engage and I discuss with my team and look at the analysis, I wouldn't be able to answer that question directly, but you can be sure that I will visit Wagga. I'll visit all those.
You are more than welcome. It's a fabulous place. Ignore the Dubbos and the Sydney Knights that say otherwise. It is fabulous. You're more than welcome.
Yes.
But in relation to this, I think that's like it's effectively there was a position, I think, or an adopted view that was. Where a different position was then adopted by the Audit Office, and so councils felt as if it was all of a sudden hoisted upon them. It would be, I guess, it would solve the problem if that previous position had gone. We go back to that, and that councils aren't forced to account for this depreciation on their books.
Yes, and to also make sure there is a clarification. Accounting for depreciation on the books really does not affect anything than
and that's exactly their argument. Yeah,
the ratio of OLG, and OLG can actually then, in the guideline, change what the ratio you look for. You use EBITDA, so before depreciation, and accumulated and amortization. So you can actually. So I wouldn't think depreciation is what I will, because when you think about it, you get the assets, so the revenue and expenses actually net out.
Yes.
Again, over a period. So I'm not sure that will be an argument that is actually complex. I think we can agree on that easily, and it should be easy for. Shouldn't say easy, but it could be a question to OLG in terms of why is there a pain threshold because you have a depreciation on your books.
Yeah.
And the only reason why there's a pain is because it's affecting certain ratios. And what do they use that ratio for? So that's a simpler issue to resolve. But I think the more complex really is, again, at least for my office, we need the assets to be in one book or the other. Now, the fact that it's not in any of the books is a concern for governance and accountability. And that is what I will be looking to resolve.
I very much appreciate your responses. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Can I ask, this is an issue that's being looked at by a lower house committee at the moment, isn't it? The Public Works and Accountability, Public Accounts committee. Is that correct?
That's
there is
correct.
An inquiry. Yeah.
Yeah, that's correct. Yes.
I've just got a couple of questions now about the Audit Office's services to local government. Why does the audit officer's service cost so much?
Again, that's a good question. Is one of the questions I'm asking, and just when you think about it, though, in a broader sense, quality audit costs money, and quality leads to accountability. Now, the other aspect, and I'll ask Mr. Green to add to it. The other aspects to the requirement of what needs to be audited and signed off by the Auditor General is actually broader than what is required by accounting standards. So if we then have to provide opinion on all the special purpose accounts and things like that, it costs money. Now, it's been compared to what has happened before, but I need to get more briefing on why. And again, and one of the things I've even seen is that broadly, it doesn't cost much across the board, but there's some outliers. And I've actually picked those outliers to investigate and see what could be done. Yes.
Interesting. Look, I suppose you talk about good quality auditing, but I suppose there would be an argument there about the quality of the auditing that has been done previously, particularly when looking at the example of Central Coast Council. But I'll leave that comment there for you to make what it is. Are there ways that the cost burden of the audit office could be better managed?
Always we're looking for improvements. One of the things that would be hallmark of what I want to achieve across the board, across the state, is the efficient use of taxpayers' money. And I'll start from my office.
Thank you. I'm just looking at my colleagues to see if they have any other questions. Was there anyone online, apologies, that had any questions for the audit office? Can't see any jumping up. Looking around, are there any of my colleagues?
No, not me. Thanks, Chair.
No? Okay.
I was excited about the Red Fleet stuff, so I got answers, and I'm ecstatic. You
and he's
couldn't have made
messaging
me
all his
happier.
friends. There you go. Yes. Okay. That being the case, we'll leave it at that. Thank you so much
Thank you very
for
much.
your time and for coming
Thank
to give
you.
evidence to this inquiry. The Secretariat will provide you with any questions on notice.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks. Thank you and welcome to the inquiry. Thank you for making the time to give evidence. If I could ask you to state your name and position title, starting with on my left, and swear either the oath or the affirmation.
Francis Zalima, Performance Manager. And I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Brett Whitworth, Deputy Secretary, Local Government at the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Douglas Walther, Executive Director, Local Government. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Keith Baxter, Director Emergency Recovery and Strategy at the Office of Local Government, Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Would you like to start by making an opening statement?
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, if you hear a bit of nasalness, it's just the remnant of a head cold. I've tested, I don't have COVID, so please reassure you on that. In terms of, I suppose probably 4 key things that I wanted to quickly talk about. In terms of the financial sustainability of councils, there is no simple equation. There is no simple answer to this. It will vary and depend for each council, depending on how that council chooses to apply the principles from the about financial sustainability from the Local Government Act. I think the second point that I wanted to make is that as councils become more dependent on fees and charges, more dependent on grants, in terms of their revenue, so moving away from being dependent on rates alone, they become more subject to volatility in the economy. They become more subject to the volatility and the decisions of other levels of government for the provision of that funding, particularly in that grant space. I do think in terms of the question about cost shifting, and I know that cost shifting is something that does get raised quite frequently, that it's something that needs to be looked at from the eye of the beholder. There are arguments on both sides about cost shifting and what is a reasonable expectation for delivery of local services versus what is a new expectation that a government may put on another level of government. I think if we're going to dive into the issue of financial sustainability of councils, we've got to also appreciate that we need a high degree of rigour around how do you set a budget based on that, the expectations of service delivery from the community, the expectations of what a council can afford to spend, what money that they are receiving in terms of their various revenue sources. But it's not a set and forget exercise. It's something that needs to be continually monitored. And that's one of the reasons why we wanted to look at improving the way councillors receive information, the way the Office of Local Government receives that same information on a more quarterly basis. We have the quarterly business review statements, but making those a more robust piece of or a more robust tool to ensure that councillors are more able to deal and understand with the financial challenges, the financial progress that the councils will face. So I think we have given a submission that probably is more factual rather than trying to put a particular policy intent one way or the other. We'd be more than happy to work with the committee in terms of how it might want to progress, because I know that you're going to be hearing from a lot of people and there are a lot of ideas. There probably will need to be a shaping of those ideas, and we're more than happy to help and assist with how those can be embedded into any program for legislative improvements, practice improvements and so forth.
Thank you. We'll start with questions. Anyone like to start? Honourable Westphane, go for it.
Thank you. Thank you for your. Thank you to everyone for appearing today. Really much appreciate it, Mr. Whitworth. Noting your opening statement, has the minister provided any guidance or requested any work be done in relation to this matter, or did he just refer it to this committee to look at?
Well, Mr. Fang, I think it's a matter of public record that we had earlier thought that IPART may be a suitable inquiry agency to look at probably a more targeted question around how councils are managing their finances, and that flowed from the update to the rate peg methodology that the Independent Pricing and Regulatory Tribunal progressed. So there was obviously a piece of work associated with that. The minister has been, like from the very first meeting, almost the very first words that he said to me was, "Brett, I want to see councillors more visibly in control of their councils." And from that point of view, he was very clear that it was as much about financial management and budget management of councils. And so it's been an ongoing theme of conversation. So as a result of that, we have commissioned various pieces of work. I talked about wanting to update the quarterly business review statement. Mr. DeLima has been working on potential updates to the performance ratios and undertaking consultation with the sector on that as an example of how do we go about meeting the minister's expectations of improving councillor visibility over their finances.
Because it seems to me that this would be an interesting topic to refer to a committee for inquiry. It seems to me as if there's any number of departments, and you've already mentioned, obviously, asking IPART to look at the issue. There's the Office of Local Government. There's Treasury, I guess, who will have views and have guidance around that. But instead, the minister has referred it to this committee to, I guess, investigate and make recommendations on the issue. What do you think was the catalyst for that? Why do you think the minister sought this parliamentary inquiry in relation to this matter over seeking, I think, a more targeted approach, say, with a request to the Office of Local Government?
So, Mr. Bang, I think the Minister actually gave quite a detailed response in budget estimates as to one of the reasons why he wanted to refer the matter to a parliamentary inquiry. So I won't repass that, but I do think that it's important to also think about one of the fundamental themes of discussion around council finances over the last 15 years has been the rate peg and whether the rate peg should be lifted. And we can come at that from a technical perspective, but fundamentally there is a political question that goes to what would be the consequences of changing the rate peg or lifting the rate peg. Local government is the third tier of our governance system. You have councillors that are democratically elected to represent their community. There is a question as to whether we should give to them the power to set their own rates and revenue and their own effectively taxes, or there is a question as to whether we should continue with a rate process, a rate cap process, given that local government is created by state statute. The decision as to whether you're going to effectively allow taxation to be set by a tier of government really probably is one for politicians to make. And I think that's why he asked this inquiry I suppose, look at those issues as well.
And also, Mr. Fang, if you look at the submission from Justin Clancy, the member for Albury, he actually pointed to the fact that on a political level, it's easy to take the views of council and acknowledge the rate cap needs to be increased, but at the same time, the residents in that community may feel differently and have sort of certain considerations. So I think that submission highlights the fact that it does need a political lens over it, not just an economic or a treasury one.
Yeah, no, and I certainly appreciate that. I just, I'm trying to, I guess, understand how the political aspects of this inquiry seem to have trumped a lot of the other aspects over and above the work that was already, I would say, underway at any number of levels throughout the departments within the government.
Point of order.
There's been a point of order taken?
Just unclear how exploration of whether this forum is preferred as opposed to some other forum, the political machinations that might have gone on. Struggling to see how that's relevant to the terms of reference, which really are fundamentally about financial sustainability, which is a policy issue, not an issue about how we've ended up here.
Well, to the point of order, just looking at the terms of reference, reference G, any other related matter, and I would say that this is entirely related.
I think the flavour of related matter would be coloured by the other aspects of the terms of reference. It doesn't mean anything else that could possibly, some sort of bow could be drawn. It means something that is of a policy nature similar to those specified matters.
I'm not suggesting to use fish sauce in Italian food, Chair, but
I'm prepared
I think what I'm saying
to make
is
a ruling on
this is certainly within the terms of reference.
Thank you, honourable members. In terms of whether or not it's within the terms of reference, I do know that there is the G. That being said, the question that the Honourable Wes Fang was asking was straying very close to being that of asking a public servant for an opinion on a political matter, and that is completely out of order and not within the remit of this inquiry. But having said that, I'll continue and ask him to perhaps rephrase the question.
Thank you. Did the Minister provide any direction to the Office of Local Government to provide detailed work to this committee in order to guide its deliberations?
We discussed broadly the outline of the submission that we made, and we agreed, and it was my preference that we provide a factual response to the terms of reference, that we not provide a policy intent for the very reasons that I think the Minister identified when he talked about this in budget estimates, that this is that he wanted a political lens over these issues.
And noting the Chair's ruling, I won't ask you to provide an opinion as to my view that the Minister is squibbing his responsibility in relation to having an inquiry like this because he can't make a decision. I will phrase the question in another way. Oh, there's a point of order, sorry.
These forums are not meant for cheap political point scoring. They're meant for interrogation by the witnesses to extract facts so we can come to an informed decision. So I ask you to call the member to order and refrain from making political point scoring, which is so transparent to be ineffective anyway, but I thought I'd make the point.
Look, in upholding the point of order, I'll just note that debating in points of order is not helpful. That being said, the honourable member, in talking about squibbing and other things, was being completely disorderly. So I'll just ask you to rephrase the question again.
I think I've made my point.
I'm
happy to pass the questioning over.
Wonderful. Dr. Amanda Conn, did you have some questions?
Yeah.
Go for it.
I've got a question about the Code of Conduct system, which, as you know, is a real bugbear of mine. In the context of financial sustainability, you've also got councils who are going out to a panel of private Code of Conduct reviewers who make an assessment, but often that assessment as a second step will then also come to the Office of Local Government and therefore be double-handled. Is there a potentially a more efficient way, or are there cost savings that could be found from having a more efficient code of conduct system?
Good question.
I think noting, I do note your phrasing of that to give it a financial perspective. There are obviously any way that we can reduce a double handling of a code of conduct process would obviously save money. The circumstances where a matter comes to the Office of Local Government as a result of the code of conduct is limited to matters of pecuniary interest, and where a code of conduct reviewer has identified a recommendation and the council has chosen to follow a different recommendation, and or if the council wants to refer it to the Office of Local Government having considered the code of conduct reviewers' recommendations. The theory behind the procedures for the administration of the code of conduct is that the code of conduct reviewers' report is sufficient for the Office of Local Government to then determine and identify what next steps it would need to take, and that we can build our response on that investigation. I think with the benefit of practice, we find quite often that we might need to re-investigate elements. So there are certainly ways in which that can be improved. I think, again, I've given evidence, the Minister's given evidence at budget estimates that there are improvements that can be made to the code of conduct process, and looking at the way in which investigations of councillor conduct occurs is quite important there. I do think, though, we need to continually come back to the concept that councils are democratically elected bodies. The responsibility for investigating the behaviour and commenting on the behaviour of the councillor should really rest with the council as a governing body, and only come to the Office of Local Government where there are extreme variances from that accepted set of behaviours. So I would prefer that we try and keep that investigation level more at the council level, rather than centralising it into a larger agency, in which case we would then have to be talking about funding for the Office of Local Government.
Thanks, Chair. If I can follow up. There are all sorts of things wrong with the code of conduct system, but I'm trying to really stick to the terms of reference of this inquiry. Theoretically, if we were to consider a recommendation around code of conduct reviews being done by the Office of Local Government rather than private providers, whether or not councils would need to partially pay a fee for that service, or whether it would be resourced by the state government. There's obviously a need for resourcing to do that job, but in your opinion, is there the technical expertise to be able to undertake that function? Is it feasible?
There's certainly, technical expertise, I suppose, has two elements. There is the capability and the capacity. We certainly have the capacity. We have trained investigators, but the capability comes more from a funding perspective as well, and we would not have that capability unless our funding was increased.
And the Minister has publicly spoken about sort of the industry that has evolved around code of conduct complaints and investigations, and I think when you sort of look at the benefit, the simplification of the code, which the Minister's committed to, is probably going to get greater returns than investigations all being done in one place.
I've got another question. If it's on the code of conduct.
No, keep going, code. That's fine.
Okay. I've had totally unrelated other questions. We heard from IPART this morning, and we had a discussion around their based cost change formula, and they were telling us about the metro, regional and rural categories that account for some of the big differences, like how much roads councils have got to look after. But they also talked about that in their opinion there is the ability to be more individualised in the application of that algorithm, and that that calculation that does take into account the extreme diversity in some small councils that have, for example, taken on state government services or have service offerings that are vastly different to other councils. I was wondering if there's an opinion on the Office of Government on the base cost change specifically, and how well that reflects the diversity of service offerings.
Well, I mean, the base cost change model is, I don't even think it's a year old yet. So it was developed as a result of quite an extensive consultation process. I've not had people come to me complaining about the base cost change model. Had people complain about the previous local government, there was an L in there, index.
Local government cost index.
Local government cost index. And how it was backward looking. It didn't really get the right inputs. I think we've seen a change with that, with the base cost change index. I do think that the temptation is to come up with an individual rate cap for each council, which also then means how far away are we from doing an individual financial management plan for each council. Councils are supposed to be independent. They are democratically elected tier of government that's supposed to take responsibility for their finances. I keep coming back to that. That's an important point, because councillors are supposed to be there to understand what service level expectations their community want, and those service level expectations may not be capable of being reduced to an equation, because quite often they'll be values driven. So I probably just put those riders around narrowing the base cost change model down to an individual council, but certainly do see that there is value in trying to have more, being able to distinguish between different types of councils, rural, regional, rural, remote, for example. I think that's an important sort of category of council, because we have a number of councils in that category where they're, Central Darling, where their ability to raise rates and own source revenue is approximately $2.5 million, yet they run a $27 million, operation effectively. You need the base cost change model to probably differentiate that from, say, Inverell Council or Glen Innes, which has a different environment, versus a Shoalhaven or a Lake Macquarie.
Thanks. That was comprehensive. And I think you've led well into my last question, which was going to be about own source income. And I know, for metropolitan councils, there's opportunities in renting out function spaces or meeting rooms in their libraries. I'm very lucky to have been Deputy Mayor at Albury Council, where we have an airport and a tip that's shared with other councils, and those opportunities, you named Central Darling as one that has very, very little opportunities for own source income. Has any work been done to actually just aggregate that information across the state? Is there anywhere the committee could access the various ways in which different examples of councils and their own source income?
Probably, I think we have more understanding of the data of how much own source revenue a council will have. We probably don't have the particular examples of how they generate that own source revenue. Mr. Dilemma, have I got that right?
Yeah, pretty much. We could tell you how much of the revenue would be rates and how much of that would be charges, but whether it's coming from a particular or it's being used in a particular way, that is something which there'd be limits on what we could provide. But the total amounts and some of the at a higher level, the categories.
Yeah,
yes.
thanks. It would be helpful. I mean, we will at some stage in this inquiry, I'm sure, hear from individual councils where we would have the opportunity to ask directly what those sources are.
But I think the committee's already heard today about the diversity. So you have councils running medical practices, dental practices, post offices, banking services, Service New South Wales. Now, they'll all generate some level of own source income. You've got councils that do, a large number of councils that do water and sewer income, water and sewer, local water utility, that generates income from fees and charges, service fees and charges. Waste you've mentioned. The variety is huge. Some of them are on a commercial basis, some of them are not on a commercial basis, but it's a bit how long's a piece of string about what they generate. I think one of the submissions referenced that the fees and charges policy in one council was 10 pages and in another council it was 130 pages.
And you mentioned Central Darling, so one of the interesting things for them is, although not necessarily generating income through sort of haul hire and things like that, but they do have arrangements with Transport for New South Wales for their roads contract, for example. So I think councils, where possible, have been looking for those opportunities to do what they can.
Can I ask, in terms, I think, Mr. Whitworth, you outlined this tension between the statute provisions, in other words, local government's a creature of the state government legally, and the incompatibility or tension, perhaps is the right word, between them setting their own rates and that. Could you just tease out that tension a bit more in the context of, we heard today on evidence that other jurisdictions have done this and there's no issue there, so I just want to kind of get an understanding of what the issue is.
Look, it is interesting that other jurisdictions, so Victoria does have a rate peg, other jurisdictions don't have a rate peg, but in South Australia, for example, you have, I'll tell you the acronym, I don't know what it means, but ECOSA, which is our equivalent, our IPART equivalent, that does financial sustainability assessments of individual councils, which is there as a guideline for councils. We also have Queensland, but where from a local government, there is a local government ministers forum, there are a senior officers group of local government jurisdictions, and Queensland is driving a project at the moment to look at the data behind financial sustainability, not modelling, but financial sustainability reporting of councils. And I raise that because each jurisdiction, while some cap rates and some don't, each jurisdiction looks and monitors out of a concern about the extent to which those councils are operating well, and also the extent to which there are exceedances and a need for intervention. So I think your question also was about the tension that exists. I suppose I'm really aware of the point that whenever there is for example, special rate variation, and this has been happening in an increasing state, whenever there are special rate variations, you're starting to see community groups come out and say, we just are really concerned about the impact this is going to have on our capacity to pay, both community, both business and the rural sector. And Mr. Walther pointed out the submission that we had, for example, from Mr. Clancy, the MP for Albury, yes.
The great member for Albury, yes.
And he raised that very point at that tension, that if you allow rates to go up, you're going to see people that say, well, we can't necessarily afford that. We also then, in terms of that tension, we probably extend that tension because councils want to set their own development application fees. They can't because they're regulated. They want to set stormwater charges. They can't because they're regulated. We do allow councils to set their water and sewer charges, but there are guidelines around that.
Unless they privatise them.
And there are mechanisms in which the government provides grants to help identify and provide new infrastructure. So we've got an inconsistent array of how councils set their own fees and charges, and I think that's a reflection of different perspectives around the many different operational elements of what councils
But
do.
it isn't, just to follow up on that, it seems to me to be somewhat of an academic argument, because just on your answer there, if you were of the mind, and the logic is, as you pointed out, the democratic transmission mechanism to the people that you're serving and who elect you is the first layer of protection. Presumably, if you increase rates out of proportion to what the citizens are getting, then they vote you out. But even if there was some, because I think the implication is some legal challenge to the state, right? In an extreme situation, the state just steps in and legislates for whatever regulatory oversight it needs to deal with the lifting of the rate peg. Isn't that the case?
In some of those other jurisdictions, sorry, I'm not.
No, well, hypothetically New South
Yeah.
Wales, but yeah, if it's happening in other jurisdictions, if they can do it, we can too. I mean, if local government is a creature of the state, and the state wishes to have them set their own rates, then the state can intervene at any time if it gets out of whack, right?
The state could intervene at any time through legislation if it does get out of whack, as you say, out of whack. Yes, that could happen. But I suppose the thesis that I'm trying to provide about council financial sustainability is that it really rests with councils to be managing their finances based on that service delivery expenditure revenue equation, and the more risk there is that will change because of an intervention point from the state through legislation, the harder that makes that job for councils to do. So the more that we can get out of that space and give councils some clear air, the better off we'll be. I don't think I'll name and shame them, but I do know that there are general managers that are quite happy about the rate cap, because it gives them an operating environment to say these are the sort of efficiencies that we need to manage within our organisation, so that we can continue to operate without having to draw too much on the community's capacity to pay additional funds.
I'm just going to pass to the Honourable Enema Hurst, who's online now and has a couple of questions.
Great, thank you so much, Chair, and good afternoon to our witnesses. Admittedly, I had to step away a moment ago, so I hope I'm not asking a question that somebody has already asked, but Mr Whitworth, if I do, please just let me know. Because I did hear you talking earlier about, smaller rural and remote councils, and we've heard quite a bit about from them today. And I wanted to sort of talk more about, the grants and some of the issues that have been raised around access to grants. I'm just wondering if the Office of Local Government has actually done any work already to try to address some of the concerns there.
Well, that's quite a broad question in terms of concerns about grants. I mean, and not all.
So access to sort of that a lot of these grants are sort of going to larger councils, and that some of the regional councils are feeling like that they're not getting the same access.
Well, I actually don't think I agree with that proposition, although there has been a period, and there has been a period where there has been quite a lot of money going into regional New South Wales, and that probably is changing.
Not anymore. Well, it is. You're right.
But in terms of things like the financial assistance grants, the identification and the formula for the financial assistance grants is set by the Grants Commission. It is a challenging space because that's the bulk of where the grant funding goes to council. The anti-grant funding goes to councils from the Commonwealth through the state, and we are working on the basis that we have a particular formula about trying to create no disadvantage to councils in terms of the allocation of the grant funding. We have a situation where there is probably an inequality in terms of the need for the access to those grants that exist. So metropolitan councils have far greater capacity to raise their own revenue than what regional and rural councils do. But we also have limitations set within both the New South Wales legislation and the Commonwealth legislation that sets out how grants commission funds are to occur, so that we've got to meet those. And for example, there is a weighting around population change and population increase, because it's supposed to ensure that those councils that are growing are also getting access to grants to help them manage that growth, which does create that fundamental conflict between regional councils, where we're seeing steady, if not growth is quite steady, or if not a modest decline, versus those councils like Blacktown, Lake Macquarie, Newcastle, Shoalhaven, where you're seeing quite considerable growth. Answering that question requires an examination of both the Commonwealth legislation and a grants commission that can really push the boundaries on how to allocate that funding. In terms of other funding that comes from grants, we have been talking with our colleague agencies, particularly with the example of Central Darling, but I think the Premier also looked at this particular issue in the case of Moree. It can be quite difficult to actually pin down how much money each council is getting from a state government perspective, and quite often those grants are coming for reasons that are very much driven by those businesses. So maybe wanting to delve into the water space, so Walgett Council in particular has had money coming to it to address some of its water quality. There are real challenges in terms of how do you identify what amount of money you want to give to that council. So I was actually going to hand over to Mr. Walther to talk a little bit about some of the grant issues, particularly in the water space.
Yeah, I think certainly when it comes to programs like Safe and Secure and other grant programs that have gone to some of these councils, it's almost the opposite is true in that the less investment over the years from the council itself, and the greater the lower the health score, the greater the need for that state government investment and intervention. I think, sort of going more broadly, a lot of the recent grants have been natural disaster tied, and therefore they have been sort of allocated based on event rather than capacity of council. But then at the same time, the nature of a lot of grant programs that require sort of business cases to be done, demonstration of ready to expend the grants and things like that do favour some of the both metro but also the higher densely populated councils. So I think I don't think you can make the generalisation that all of the grant programs favour the more metro and the sort of the higher capacity councils, but at the same time there's a bit of an example of both.
Okay, thank you. And the other question I had was around, and just again, just using the example of pounds, and particularly in regards to rate pegs, because in the other inquiry that we're doing into pounds, something that's come up from councils is the complaint has been, that where there's the rate peg there, they can't get the money that they need to have functioning pounds that are maintained properly. I just wanted to sort of hear what work was being done in that space, or what other options are there for councils to be able to run, functioning pounds, if the rate peg issue was to stay, or currently the situation that we're in, what other options do councils have? And is there a way of actually seeing how much, my understanding is that there's no way of actually getting the figures on how much councils are actually spending on their pounds. And is that something the Office of Local Government has information about?
So we don't have more detailed information about how much money councils are spending on individual service areas, unless it's something that they're mandated to report on in their annual report. We have explored the idea of trying to get more detailed data through, from councils through a more data-driven quarterly business review statement. I would love to be in a situation where we can access council financial information more directly, which would help us do our other job, which is making sure that we're monitoring the financial risk of councils and looking out for those councils that are financially challenged. But at the moment, we don't have that information. In terms of your question about what could be done to improve the accessibility of councils to finance, to fund their pound services, I suppose it sort of comes down to, it's either a service that the community pays for out of the rates. It's a service that the community, that the customers of a pound pay for as a fee or a charge, or it's something that there is a grant-based program. And again, if it's a grant-based program, then okay, that gets you the capital to build the facility, but it doesn't necessarily give you the operational expenditure to run the facility. So I think, without wanting to pass judgment on how well councils are managing their pounds or not, and I know that you have a very clear view on that, and I'm looking forward to the inquiry outcome. But it does come back to the pound, the operation of a pound probably best comes from the rates, because that's a service that a council provides to their community, and that's one of the things that as a ratepayer you are paying council to manage.
And there's also the companion animal grant payments that go in, and so we've got the record of the payments to the councils. But as we touched on at estimates earlier in the year, there is that inequity in that it does favour sort of the higher populations where there's sort of higher registrations, etc. So that's known in terms of the problems around the way that that's distributed.
Mr. Walter, can you just give me a bit of a scale to kind of like, in some of these councils that are getting a very small amount from that, how much are they getting if they're getting one of these small amounts?
Yeah, look, it ranges from sort of less than $100 to sort of tens of thousands of dollars. The variance there is quite significant.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks. I might just also start off with a question just around councils and the financial sustainability issues that we've sort of been hearing about. What I'm trying to understand is why is it that councils end up in these sort of precarious situations? Is it a result of them, having to enter into a position where they're providing an aged care facility, for example, or is it because they're, building a swimming centre complex that's well beyond their means? Would a perfectly prudent local council still sort of fall off the cliff, I suppose, if there was enough time?
I would argue that a perfectly prudent council would only engage in a decision about that sort of major infrastructure if they thought through the operational costs into the long term and their ability to fund the actual upfront capital. I suppose we were sort of anticipating that you'd ask this question, and without wanting to name particular councils, we've been thinking that there are some examples of councils that are financially fragile that's useful to sort of explain. So, Mr. De Lima, if you could just give us a quick outline.
Yeah, thank you. So there are a number of reasons why, in our experience, councils end up in financial strife. Some of them are the ones you've mentioned, which is they invest without looking at the long-term consequences. In other words, the recurring costs, depreciation, etc. And that is something that a few councils have bought into. In some cases, I think there's also the case of transparency of information. So councils, for example, which own aged care centres or other businesses, and in answer to the previous question, when I said we don't have all the data, we do have some breakup of income around aged care, child care, etc. But councils do not necessarily look at it as separate entities and to look and see whether they are cost neutral or adding to the deficit, etc. The other areas that we have found to be an issue would be where they get into an investment without considering the long term. I've mentioned that already. But then, in some cases, there are natural disaster relief works which interfere. There are plans to get into areas which require large capital investments. So the question then comes about borrowing and committing funds to capital expenditure. These are some of the areas, I think, financial transparency, etc.
So, there are sort of examples of those councils that had a high degree of expenditure, but they had own source revenue that enabled them to match that. Yeah. There were changes in the pandemic impacted their ability to realise some of those some of the revenue because they were engaging in development activity, for example, to serve the benefit of their community by opening up new land. But where that revenue dropped off, their expenditure remained high and they didn't adjust the expenditure down. So that created a particular challenge or an example of a particular challenge. You've got councils that are unclear on how much money they're spending because their businesses are joined together and they're not separately managed. Then you've got other councils that are simply dealing with the infrastructure increased costs as a result of the pandemic and the supply chain issues that flowed from that, and dealing with natural disaster on top. That has created problems for them in terms of the rapid increase in staffing costs and materials costs to rebuild infrastructure or provide new infrastructure.
And then I think, I think the other aspect is there are some councils that have just a difficult demographic, economic, geographic environment they're working in. We've used Central Darling as a classic example. Very small population, very diverse population, spread across 3 major population centres, but it's a council the size of Tasmania with next to no, I think it was a $2 million rate base. If you think about it, just trying to manage that as a business with the sheer volume of roads and things like that, you could be the world's best council and making all the best prudent decisions, and you'd struggle in that environment. So sometimes I think that's what we were trying to do in our submission, to point out that it's not a one-size-fits-all problem, so it's not a one-size-fits-all solution. Sometimes it's about a creature of decision, sometimes it's a creature of the geography, the economics, the demographics of where they are.
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to ask a question now about developer contributions and voluntary planning agreements. That's come up a bit in the submissions that we've sort of seen to the inquiry also. It's a huge source of revenue, as I'm sure you know. How can these be better used by councils to ensure their sustainability?
First and foremost, I probably should say that any questions about the policy around development contributions probably should be directed to my planning colleagues.
Point taken.
But I'm happy to come at it from a local government perspective in terms of how should they be used. Perhaps I can give an example of a council that I won't name, but it was a council that I worked in, where the interest that they received on their development contributions was $1 million. So if you start putting that together, you recognise they had a lot of money in the bank. Unfortunately, the council didn't have enough money to cover if everyone came in and said, we want you to buy the land that you've identified for acquisition, or the delivery of the infrastructure that they'd said that they would deliver through the development contributions. So their exposure was greater than the amount of money that they had, which talks a little bit about the temporal nature of development contributions. So it sometimes looks like there's a lot of money there, but there's a risk that you don't actually have enough because you've over-identified what you want to do. There are also other councils where the amount of money that comes in and the amount of money that goes out is quite evenly matched. So Blacktown, I think, is fair to say, is one of those councils where there is quite a degree of churn around how much development contributions they spend. With the example of Blacktown, they have a very active identification of what they want to deliver. And I think that's the critical thing. You've got to have a motivation within the council to say, we want to pursue a work schedule to deliver on infrastructure, to deliver upgrades to parks, to proactively go out and buy land as early as you possibly can, so that you minimise the risk of cost escalation when that over time. So that's probably one of the ways in which you can manage that. It is quite a challenge. Don't want to make it sound like it's really easy and straightforward. It is a real challenge, and it's a real budget management exercise as well. In terms of voluntary planning agreements, probably my only other comment on that is that this is where councils need to be careful. A voluntary planning agreement looks like it's a great thing. A developer is saying, we'll give you that piece of infrastructure. And I'm more talking about, I don't even want to get into the commentary about voluntary planning agreements where you're talking about additional development in exchange for an increased amount, for a certain amount of money. I'm talking about voluntary planning agreements where, rather than pay the X amount of money that I would pay through a development contribution scheme, I'll give you the cold shell of what could be a library, for example, or I'll provide a road upgrade. If councils can see that and say, that's great, we're getting this infrastructure, and it can sometimes look like it's cheap or free infrastructure, but it comes at a cost. You've got to put a library into the cold shell. You've got to have, you've got to be prepared to maintain the road or the park infrastructure that comes along. So I think that is the risk about voluntary planning agreements, is that they've got to be seen as part of a planned approach to the delivery of services and infrastructure as a result of growth.
Yeah, thank you. I'll just hand over to my colleague.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask a follow-up question on your earlier evidence about the FAGS grants. So, are they a discrete mechanism, irrespective of whether or not a regime has rate pegging or not, or is there a compensation factor for the fact that councils?
No, Mr. Budgie, it's the Commonwealth provides an amount of money that it for each state. It identifies the allocation that it's going to make for each state, and then in order for the state to receive that, they've got to have their own grants commission. So it's totally independent to whether there is a rate peg or not.
Okay, thank you.
I wanted to ask you a couple of more questions around financial sustainability, just in the time we have left. How many councils are currently in financial trouble, and has this sort of increased over time, and has the need for intervention increased over time?
This is where I could say, how do you define financial trouble? Because you've got councils that are, some councils are not making, some councils are operating at a loss and are using their reserves, but they're doing that deliberately, or they may be operating at a loss because the depreciation that they have to use to ensure that they can renew assets into the future is more than is quite high, for example. Yeah. So I think we've given evidence or our submission identifies those councils that have positive and negative balances. Yes. Do we have a risk-based approach to identifying councils that are financially at risk? Yes, we do. We use that. We have regular meetings to discuss those councils. But again, one of the examples I gave earlier of the council that had a reduction in its revenue is on that list. Now, that council might manage to make some land sales. That council may see the restart of the fairly significant activity that was generating revenue for it, and it will no longer be on that list. We may have another council that had made a decision about a particular service delivery through a particular type of technology, and that type of technology fails, that council will all of a sudden go onto our watch list. I probably want to say that it's fact and degree. Having said that, I probably think about, probably about 10 councils fairly regularly when I'm, out walking around and trying to get away from work.
Just wondering if there's any primary factors, common denominators as to why they're in that difficulty, and thinking about some of the ones that are more likely to be in difficulty are the ones in the large regional centres. Are there any reasons for this?
I think a council being on top of the money that it's expending is critical. So, and I know that sounds self-evident, but being able to understand what your costs are and the extent to which your costs are escalating and the extent to which that escalation in costs is either dependent to or relating back to particular projects or not. There are also challenges for councils that are managing cash flow issues as a result of timing of things like disaster recovery fund payments, timing of the financial assistance grant payments. So those councils run very, very lean in terms of their operation, but they're constantly looking at their liquidity and the amount of cash that they have on hand.
Thank you. Did you have another question? No. Okay.
No.
We'll just put, did you have any further questions, Dr. Connor? I'm just mindful of the amount of time I'm taking. I have questions, but
you go ahead.
Also.
That's right. Just noting that we started earlier.
Yes, I know. We've got about another 4 minutes. Wes.
Okay.
Yeah.
The minister's dixes haven't been that good so far. So
I'm not sure why you're critiquing my questions, but
the minister's
it's very disorderly.
I'm not aware of any dixes.
In terms of the grants programs, there's been many of the submissions that we've received have talked about, this sort of the sugar hit that the grant is. What proportion of council revenue is the capital grants, and has this gone up over time?
I'm just wondering whether Mr. De Lima has that at hand.
Okay.
He's looking, but I know roughly that it's, including the financial assistance grants, it's about 30% of general council revenue, I think, is grants.
So total grants for capital purposes would be around 21 to 22%, and for operating would be around 13 to 14%. Across the sector, that is.
And has that increased over time?
Together, yes, they have over the last few years. So they together, earlier they would account for about 29% together. Now it's about 34. Yeah, so about 3 to 4% at least increase over time.
I wanted to ask just finally about performance ratios. So how do performance ratios fit currently in the way that OLG measures risk?
We definitely use performance ratios. I think Mr. De Lima will attest that I'm not a big fan of performance ratios as they currently stand, because they're very much about, when I talk to council general managers and particularly council mayors and particularly rural mayors, and I use the word performance ratios, it brings up for them fit for the future connotations. Whereas for me, performance ratios should be a tool that we can use to understand what is the liquidity that council has. Is there a liquidity risk that the council has? What is that council doing in terms of investing in its infrastructure and renewal of its infrastructure? How much money is that council making through its own source revenue versus how much it's spending, and moving away from having to factor in grants and so on, so that it can survive on its own. So I've actually asked that there be a piece of work that we can renew and revise the performance ratios, so that we can move more to that set of a set of tools that is more about our risk management of councils and our understanding of how they're operating today, the end of the year and next year, rather than them being, should we be talking about bigger or smaller councils?
Thank you. Were there any final questions from my peers? No. That being said, did you have any final remarks before we finish?
No, thank you for the opportunity to give evidence. And as I said, we are happy to help work through what some of the implementation issues might be of any recommendations. So if you want us to come back and give evidence again, we'll be happy to do that.
Thanks so much. And the Secretariat will obviously be in contact if there's any questions on notice. Thank you for appearing today. That concludes our hearing for today.